Halo are really pushing the PlayStation thing because that's going to save their studio. And I made my big breaking news announcement on my podcast, which is that is called Halo Studios because they're going to break away from Microsoft and Sony's going to purchase them and you reunite them with Bungie. That's
And if you
the that's going to
if
happen. That is in the cards right now. That's going to
that
happen.
Why?
make that makes sense too, because if you saw, like, I mean, all of us saw it, but even Sneakers SO's leak was like the IPs that they're gonna focus on is this and that. Halo wasn't mentioned. I was like, well,
Yeah,
did he
get rid
forget to
of it.
put that?
No, it's there's there's nothing wrong with it.
No, I'm
But
just
oh yeah, I think I understand. I misunderstood you. Now, what they're going to do is they're going to buy because they're Sony's not going to buy. Like I've been trying to educate people online about the whole WB thing. I'm like they WB Games is part of Discovery. Paramount does not want that. What Sony wants that. So henceforth, why they all of a sudden said they're going to break into all these subsidiaries. So Sony wants to get their hands on that IP. They want the Harry Potter IP and the Mortal Kombat IP. They don't want the Batman IP. So for people who want that, but on the other side, people are like, well, I was just talking about. Look, Bungie is waiting. That's what they're waiting on Halo to come back. So this is part of a long-term plan, and they're going to do it. People just need to get over it and get it ready. That's all you got to do going forward.
I wonder
I but
how
I
true
think
that is.
I think Totoki made a statement though. They're not interested in anything of the WB deal.
Yeah, the
Discovery.
movies and TV. Yeah, the movies and TV.
They don't
You're
they
right.
don't want to
They don't.
buy it for 40 billion.
Yeah,
But that's not like
overinflated. Yeah,
including them getting IPs.
I don't understand, but they want them. I don't understand why they wouldn't want the Batman thing. That doesn't make
well,
sense.
as of right now, they don't. They want the Mortal Kombat because that has something to do with that. I don't know. They have like a fighting tournament. They want that, and I
Yeah,
guess
but
the
they
Harry
sold it.
Potter
But
game-
they sold it
the
though.
Harry Potter game.
They
sold.
sold their shares. Yeah,
They
they're not
sold
in
their
charge of
shares.
Evo.
But they're still in it, right? So they can still bring a whale in with Mortal Kombat. But again, they may not.
That's why they have Marvel Tokon.
Yeah.
Well, but do they own that, or does Marvel own that?
No, they own it.
They own it. Okay.
Like
well,
Tokon, like it's licensed by Marvel, but the Tokon name is under Sony.
Oh, okay. So it's licensed by Marvel. Okay.
Yeah.
So they're shared. Well,
Yeah,
to
I don't
me,
know.
Based on what they're saying, they're going more into a shared type of.
Oh.
No, they didn't. I thought the Dodgers just went yard. Oh, the Dodgers are up 1-0 right now.
They're up 1-0.
Yeah. So all you do is shut him out. I don't know who's pitching for the Dodgers.
Shohei, baby.
I don't know.
Shohei.
Oh,
I don't know.
and that-
Seeing what they did with the Marvel IP. I don't know why they wouldn't try
They
to get
wouldn't.
some DC
Right.
IPs. I don't see why they wouldn't.
Like
Well,
if you
they
did another
are.
Batman, that would sell consoles. It's like I don't understand.
It's
that.
easy.
Yeah,
It's like it's an
yeah, but they
iconic.
don't-
It's an
It's a
iconic.
layup.
Yeah, but they don't.
It's
as of
literally
right
the
now,
best.
my
It's
understanding
literally
is they don't want it.
it's literally the best DC property. When you think about it,
Right.
Arguably, I'm
Like,
not.
I mean,
Yeah,
arguably
DC, yeah.
for me, out of all the
but,
DCs, that's the best one to have.
it's
yeah.
not like they don't have the
That shit-
engine. It's not
Yeah.
like they don't
Yeah,
have
well,
the
the Mortal
engine to do it,
Kombat
right?
one is the Mortal Kombat one they really want, and the Harry Potter. It's not the Harry Potter. What was it called? Hogwarts. They want that
Harry Potter.
too. Is that well? But Harry Potter wasn't in Hogwarts. That game that just came out, Hogwarts, whatever it was called. So I don't think Harry Potter was. It was supposed to be happening 2,000 years before Harry Potter or something like that. But that's
Hogwarts
what they
Legacy.
want.
It's a prequel. It's prequel. It's
Yeah,
before
Legacy.
Harry
Yeah,
Potter.
it's
Yeah.
like a
He
it's like
wasn't in-
100 years.
It's 100 years. Okay, so yeah, they
Sound
don't
like that.
want that. But it's trying to educate people. It's like, look, Paramount wants the movies and the TV shows, the legacy stuff. That's
Yeah,
what
because
they
Paramount
want.
don't do games, so they could
Yeah.
take all
They
the.
don't do that.
And
Sony
plus,
wants
they
to-
already have a streaming service, so they could use that. They could probably just
They
shut
could have a
down.
Batman show.
What they'll
They have
do
a
is they'll-
Batman show.
Yeah, what
Go
they'll
ahead.
do is that they would just convert the HBO Max into Paramount Plus, and now
Yeah,
it's
they
just
bring
one
it in,
service. Yeah, just
But
bring
they
it in.
also Paramount wants to do a Batman TV show. That's what they want to do. So like just because there's DC don't have no everyday superheroes on. I mean they try the Superman stuff is okay.
You know,
Yeah.
I always wonder
That's what they
why
want.
HBO didn't do that to begin with. I know there's conversations of they didn't want to water down Batman. I'm like, I don't think TV shows water down any property. It's just
Right.
different. It's just like, you know, you got your blockbuster movies and you got your cartoons, you got your animated movies, you got your weekly animated movies. I mean, animated TV shows. It's just different ways of expressing the IP. So I'm like, man, like a weekly Batman show, right? In a different universe, obviously. I mean, they used to do that. I mean, it's old as hell. We're talking 80s,
Batman Beyond.
70s, right? But
Yeah.
the old TV show. I mean, that's when I was a kid. But that was like a thing everybody wanted to see. Like, who doesn't want to see Batman on a weekly basis? And every
Right.
week,
For
and
real.
then in that environment, you can actually, get to see all the characters. Movies you can't, because at best you might get 3 or 4 Batman movies. You're not gonna experience every single villain that Batman has to deal
Right.
with, and then have a nice, good, long plot storyline and stuff like that, and develop other characters. So I always thought, like, why didn't HBO Max really, really do live action comic book properties to really boost up their script, right? Because you need an exclusive. You need something to stand out of the rest of the subscription services that really make people want to go on HBO Max. I'm like, man, these guys are just wasting opportunities. Like, they're really not. And they're doing all these other stupid T shows that I can't even remember what they are, like real life bullshit. I'm like, man, this shit sucks, man. This is some corny
And
ass.
Jensen Ackles wants to play Bruce Wayne. He's in the pipeline, but they gotta wait for all this to shake down. But he would love to play Bruce Wayne. He played Soldier Boy in the TV show The Boys. He plays Soldier Boy. So
Is in Supernatural too.
yeah,
Oh,
Supernatural.
yeah.
Just people kind of know who he is, and so he's in line, just like with the Mass Effect TV show. Commander Shepard.
That ain't never coming out.
Yeah, it is. It's going to go into principal photography in like 4 more months. But they're looking at Chris Pratt to play Shepard, and possibly even Michael B. Jordan, because those two are already on their payroll.
Oh,
They've already done
man.
movies, TV shows with Chris Pratt.
Boy, Michael
they've
B.
already done
Jordan.
TV shows with
I already
Jordan.
see how society's going to react.
Well,
I
I mean,
already
again,
see it.
it's Shepard is whoever you want him to be, or her.
I already said, come on, we both know
No,
better, Craig.
Yeah, I
we
know,
both
and I'm
know.
waiting for
We
it,
both
'cause
know
it's gonna
better.
Nah,
be woke.
I
It's
don't.
gonna be
I don't
so
think that's
woke.
gonna happen, bro.
Oh,
I
yeah,
don't
it
think
is.
that's gonna happen.
Oh, yeah,
Nah,
it
because
is.
no,
Listen,
because he
people-
already no,
I'm-
no,
I'm a-
hold on, because he already signed up to do Miami Vice.
Okay, no, you
Yeah.
think he's not going to do? Okay, yeah.
Yes,
That's
yes.
it. But we both know,
well,
we
we'll
both
wait
know
and
the
see.
backlash that's going to get.
Oh yeah, no.
Well,
I just think he's gonna do Miami Vice.
Miami
Well,
Vice
that-
would be good, man.
That's a rumor.
That's
yeah,
gonna
that's a
do.
rumor.
No, that's like
Yeah.
confirmed. That's
Is it
confirmed.
confirmed? He is
Yeah.
who's playing Crockett?
I don't know. Oh, you didn't like Jamie Foxx?
I like Fox. I didn't care for Farrell as Crockett. He just wasn't. he didn't have that swag. He just didn't. Crockett got that swag going. So, So yeah. But I thought Jamie Foxx was good as Tubbs. But he didn't sell Crockett. And I'm a big Miami Vice fan. I grew up in the '80s. So.
That's
That
cool.
was a Friday night. Yeah, that was a show people actually stayed home on Friday nights to watch. Stayed home on Fridays to watch that show.
That freaking Ferrari Testarossa that you can drive while being a cop.
That's hilarious.
But they explain why.
Yeah, I don't know.
Man, that must be some Christmas bonuses they've been getting.
I
Or
think it was part of a drug bust. He was part of it, and like the DEA gave him that car as part of their undercover work. So, so I think if I'm remembering this show.
Hey, Sean, you're muted. Just in case.
Yeah. So what?
Oh, yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
he's over
I'm
there.
here.
He's over there.
Yeah.
Lunching, that's why.
Oh yeah, I was eating the grapes. The grapes was popping up.
Just so it don't happen like Saturday. He's
Oh,
like,
yeah.
muted.
Oh yeah. Yeah, my mic is muted. I'm like, what the heck going on here?
everybody's talking over you and stuff. Yeah.
Why is everyone ignoring
I
you?
thought I was saying. I said I
Fuck
thought I
y'all
was talking. I'm like, nah, I ain't saying all that. But, nah, I was just like, man, I didn't know my mic was on. Oh shit.
Even
Alright.
Porter was
Yeah.
like, bro, you been quiet for a minute. What's
Man,
going
you've
on?
been
over
quiet
there?"
for a good minute. And he's like, I'm like, you've been muted the whole time. I'm like, oh, snap. This guy went the whole show. He only got to say his
Yeah.
outro.
Yeah.
Oh
That's
yeah.
crazy.
Yeah, that was crazy.
All right. Hey, welcome, my friends, my family, my fellow gamers. Welcome to another episode of 60 Frames No Life podcast with your host, your only friend, these YouTube streets, Porter Rock 77. And of course, I'm surrounded with some of the members in the crew, and we're going to go around the window. We're going to kick it off with Chill Will. What's going on, brother?
Hey, how's it going, everybody? What up, chat? What up, panel? Everybody hit the like button and wish Sean a happy birthday.
Oh,
yeah, my
outstanding.
birthday. Yeah.
Oh, man, he almost forgot. He almost forgot his own birthday. Oh, snap.
Motherfucker,
Right?
you look 30.
Okay.
I know,
Motherfucker,
right?
you look
That's what I
30.
said too.
Yeah, so-
That's what I'm saying. Everybody's saying that too.
What's going on, Craig? We also got Craig, you know what I'm saying, top flight security of the world. What drink is that?
Nice.
What is that? What is that?
Water.
Oh, okay.
You know, I
He's staying,
H2O.
he's staying hydrated for the show.
Yeah, right?
Hey.
Home run, Toronto. Somebody just went yard.
Did he
Uh-huh.
on Toronto? So it's tied?
Yeah. No, it's 2-1. They just went yard.
Or 2-1
Somebody
who?
named 2-1 Toronto. They
Toronto?
just went yard.
Oh my
Yeah.
God.
Damn
Somebody
it.
named
Yeah, he-
Otano is- oh, some big fat dude hit that ball out. Is that Guerrero?
Guerrero, what do you-
Guerrero?
Yeah.
Guerrero?
Yeah, maybe that's him. That could
So,
be.
Of course
him.
it would
Some
be
big
Guerrero.
fat dude.
Yep.
Yeah.
Vladimir
He can
Guerrero,
barely get
man.
around the bases. Yeah, big fat dude.
Yep.
All right. No talking about the game. I'm behind.
All right.
On-
Vladimir
All right.
Guerrero, bro.
Yeah.
That dude's also monster. I'm telling you, man. If Toronto wins and you have to
At
go
all,
back to
yeah.
Toronto, that place is loud.
Yeah.
That place,
How about we
Toronto,
won
is
one game there?
loud. What? Yeah, that's true.
We already
But
won
yeah,
game
you
two
did.
there.
That's true. It's gonna be woof. This is a tough series, man. I don't know. Toronto's
know,
different,
they
man.
both
That's
talk
weird. That's a weird team. God, that
It
team is
is.
so weird.
That's
All
good.
right, we
But
got
no, you went
Henry.
all right. Had a-
We do good.
Yeah, did a
Oh, no, go ahead.
podcast. So check out that podcast because I was able to put the 60 frames no lag on a QR code, and people just go directly to the podcast y'all did Saturday. So if you didn't listen to them Saturday, check out my stream. Or if you go direct or not
He
direct.
Q
listen
he
to my stream.
QR coded it.
QR'd it. Yeah. So you all can go check that out.
Oh shit. Okay.
Also,
All
sign up
right.
to Kick. Make sure y'all sign up to Kick to my Kick streams as well.
Okay.
Hey. I'm
All
at
right.
to
Oh,
tune in.
my man's at Kick. Oh shit. All right, we got Henry.
Okay.
What's up, everybody?
Yo, show up that
Hit the like
Walmart
button.
exclusive. Show up the
Yeah.
Walmart
Hit the-
exclusive.
Oh yeah, I
Look at this. Walmart exclusives. Look at that. Look at that.
exclusive.
Look at that. Bam.
And they say we
Look
don't
at
have
that.
exclusive.
I need to take a trip to Walmart. What is going on here?
Yeah, so
Have you
yeah,
seen the
it was
Xbox
available
picture?
last night.
It's
to order in,
bullshit. I want to go to Best Buy.
So it has a PlayStation
This is
in
so
Japanese written on the
anti-consumer.
back of it. So,
Oh,
but,
that's sick.
Yeah. Cool.
Man, look at
I
that.
can't wait for the Halo DualSense next year.
Oh,
Ooh.
That's coming.
It's coming.
ooh.
What if there was a
coming.
Halo
That's gonna be
Costco
nasty.
package?
I know it. I know it.
But
what-
hit the
what
like
was it?
button, everybody. So
Yeah, hit the like button. Hit the like button.
and happy birthday to our guy Sean over here.
Sean
Sean
King,
the
the
King.
King. Sean the King.
Motherfucker, you
Right.
look 30.
And speaking of which, we got Sean up in here. What's going on, brother?
What's going on, P-Rock? What's up, podcast? Make sure y'all hit the like button, and thank you for having me on. Appreciate it.
All right. Appreciate it. Thank you guys for showing up, and thank you to whoever's watching us live. Again, really appreciate you guys showing up, and I hope you enjoyed the show. But while you're here, please hit the like button and share this out. Get it out there, get it trending, get it going. Truly appreciate. And then, of course, membership opportunities is available if you choose to. But ultimately, we're all just happy here that you get to hear us just bullshit for about an hour, 2, 3, 4, 5. I don't know how long it is, but anyway, really appreciate you guys coming in here. And we're gonna kick off with Bobo Country. Kicks off with a super chat. Says MAGA America started starving Marvin, especially Friday. Oh man, this guy. Oh man, that hurts, bro. Why you gotta talk about our government shutdown? Oh
Yeah,
man,
who
people
started
about to lose. People about to lose them SNAP benefits. Oh
Yeah,
man.
man.
Oh,
No,
man,
I
them
got
food
noticed
coupons.
Big head phone calls. Yeah,
Yep,
hey,
them
big
food
head
coupons.
phone calls.
Like the irony, I'll just oh man, I really don't want to make this into a podcast. I'll just say this: the irony in this whole thing is that when it comes to SNAP benefits and food stamps in this country, the biggest states that use the most is the red states. A lot of red states are the population within the red states have the highest concentration of SNAP benefit use. right? And a lot of those people voted Republican. So, yeah, you voted what you got what you voted for.
Yep.
So,
Mhm.
that's how it is. They,
Hmm?
you know,
Hey, big head phone call. I'm telling you.
this,
Golly.
this is interesting. So, yeah, I mean, shit, I can't set up my government move. I mean, granted, it's not as bad as people. I feel bad for the people who's not going to get the SNAP benefits that really need it. Because obviously
Right.
there's a small degree of abuse in every system, right? There's always an abuse to every system. There's rarely a system that doesn't get abused in some form or fashion. So for those that really rely on that, to get by, to get their family, I really feel bad for them.
Like
Um, you know,
EBT,
yeah, like EBT,
For real.
some families. I really feel bad for them and stuff like that.
right?
My issue is I can't schedule my government move because they can't pay the contractors, the moving company, to set up a
That's
date.
fucked up.
So yeah, so
Oh,
I don't know
wait.
when I'm leaving. Yeah, so I don't know when I'm leaving. So I have
You
to,
gonna be here for
it's
lifer.
like shit, So it's crazy, but this whole thing is wild, man. Hopefully they get rid of this, get this settled soon. But anyway, we're gonna kick off with the first topic. First topic is Xbox fanboys now embracing PC gaming. So I'm now starting
Oh,
to see more and more conversation on Twitter. I don't know if you guys have noticed. Now they're talking about, the benefits of PC and how they're looking forward to uh, what Microsoft offering in PC gaming and stuff like that, and seeing if they can make it, more console like, um, and stuff like that. So now it seems like the hardcore Xbox enthusiasts and fanboys finally accepted their fate. Okay, my question I want to start is, but what about the actual console gamers that are not interested in Windows gaming? What happens to them? As this movement towards what Microsoft now wants to do is brand naming PC stuff, right? And that was probably a crux of my video yesterday. That is just brand naming PC gaming. HP has it, they call it the Omen. Asus has it, they call it ROG, Republic of Gamers. I showed Dell, they have Alien, Alienware. It's all PC gaming, but they just branded it to their identity and stuff like that. But in the end, it's just Windows gaming. Now Microsoft wants to go there. What happens to the console gamer that wants that, you know, locked, trimmed down, simplified OS that doesn't have all the clutter of a full blown OS? Where do they go? What do they do? I'll start out with Chill Will.
Yeah, so honestly, dude, I personally think that a lot of the talking heads online, it's just a small niche group of people. I think the public has seen a lot of their bullshit, and you can see that reflected in a lot of the sales. Going from 80 million from the 360 to 50 million in the Xbox One to 30 million with the Series. It's like I think the public has seen a lot of their bullshit. And honestly, rightfully so. They've been pushing a lot of bullshit. They push a lot of different agendas when it comes out there, and then they like to change their talking points whenever Microsoft likes to say something stupid. So now it's like, oh yeah, they love changing the matter when Xbox says something that's disingenuous. They take no accountability, no correction. They like to put a fresh spin to justify the missteps and gaslight the public. And I just personally think the public sees their bullshit, despite that there's clear data and market trends saying otherwise, that's just my opinion.
That's a good point. Hey, Craig, he makes a good point that in reality, the majority sees the BS, right? 360 sold 80 million, then it went down to 50 million, and that was attributed to Microsoft BS, and it sank further. Now it's down to 30 million for the generation. So it's clear majority of the people see the nonsense, But what keeps these guys going? When it's clear that Microsoft is just doing a terrible time providing a gaming platform.
Right.
yeah. Yeah. No, I mean, I don't disagree with him. That's what you're seeing. And this is what I told people, not to toot my own horn, but beat MFers. I said this would start happening. And that's what you're starting to see is that they don't have a choice because because they're not gonna have a console. The console is done. And people are getting them not having a console with them not having hardware. It's like, no, they're always gonna have hardware. It's Microsoft. But they're not gonna have consoles. And everybody knows it. So if all they're going to say is that, well, we can play PlayStation games on the new Xbox device, which is a PC. He's like, well, yeah, but I can do that right now. There is nothing stopping me from downloading Steam on my PC, using and buying Spider-Man, using a Xbox controller and doing that. So nothing changes, and it's just something that they want to be able to say, and that goes back to they hate what Microsoft is doing. Remember, these are the guys that were doing songs like Kid Smooth talking about how much money Game Pass is saving. Now they're bragging about a possible $1,200 device. I mean, why don't you just go build you a $500 or $700 PC that does the same thing? And so it's sad, but this was what was going to happen. And again, and everybody knows what's going. Like I said, they're going to sell their IPs. That's why the hood told them you're going to have 30%. That's why that dude was at the Halo launch with the PlayStation shirt. That's why they're embracing PlayStation, because they're like, you need to save our bacon. You know, that's why it's happening. So it's just, to me, it's unfortunate that it had to come to this. And but I personally don't feel sorry for them, because those guys, people did try to talk to those guys, and you finally just had Dirk Griggity come out and say, I'm just here to talk shit and put on and be entertaining. All right, well, if all you're gonna do is be a clown show, is what you're telling us, then don't expect people to take anything you say seriously. And people don't need to take anything he says seriously, because on his own words, on his own podcast, he said, I'm just here to talk shit and be entertaining. Okay, well, then go be entertaining like a joker, but don't expect people to take anything you say seriously. And he's flag is called We Bleed Green, and if it bleeds, we can kill it. So that's what started to happen. That's why IGN is running their stupid article about, well, you'll be able to do this with the next Xbox. It's going to have free online. Well, everybody, you can't have free online, because in order to get online, you got to pay for it. So I mean, I don't. That's what I don't understand. People are like, well, we don't want to pay for online. It's like
I think they mean the subscription service.
Well,
They want to
still paying but you still pay.
Well,
and if that console, if the Microsoft device does truly cost $1,200, and I do believe what you had said, Porter Rock, they're not going to subsidize it. You got to go in there and just pay for it. Mm-hmm. They're not going to subsidize. So if that's true, then it's true to say the PlayStation costs $600. Even if I pay the ultimate, whatever it's called, PlayStation Premium, I'm still at about $720, give or take, maybe a little bit more. So I'm still close to $500 under what you're paying outright. It makes no sense. But hey, I mean, that's if you just want to look at it monetarily, that's what they've been saying. These guys are bragging about not having to pay for anything, then get upset when they lose everything. It makes no sense. So again, they don't like what Microsoft is doing. They don't have the hair on the balls to say, I don't like what they're doing, so I'm just going to leave that ecosystem alone, or this is the last console. If I talk to two people who said this is the last Xbox they're ever buying, they're not going to buy nothing else from them for gaming. They're fine with their series consoles. They're fine. So it's just people need to take a step back, because I had to do it. Shout out to the late great Optimus Code. And he was saying, look, everything that you're saying is going to happen. The industry had already talked about it 3.5 years ago. Me and King Thrash talked about it close to half a decade ago. And we're here now. We're here right now. This is the spot I told you they would be in 5 years ago. We're here. Just go ahead and I told the ponies, go ahead and enjoy it. Especially the guys who got mocked, made fun of, said that they were trolling. Yes, those guys need to hold their chest down. People like Jay Fonz saying that it's a comprehension problem and they didn't understand. It's kind of like, the comprehension problem was with you, Jay Fonz. You didn't understand. But Colt didn't understand. At least I give Tim Dog credit. Tim Dog, at least when he got the information, when he got it in his hands, he walked. He's like, this is bullshit. So and again, to his credit, and that's when he came on your show, Porter Rock. You did that one-on-one with him. That's what he said. But his words. So he walks. People get mad at him because he's disappointed in what Microsoft is doing. And I love Sarah Bond. Sarah Bond, and one of my other favorite producers in Hollywood is Kathleen Kennedy. I'm landing the plane. I promise you. Kathleen Kennedy had to take the Star Wars intellectual property, movie property, and transition it from the people who watched it in the 70s and early 80s to a new generation of people. And that was going to upset the older fans. And that's what happened. That's exactly what happened. But now the newer fans, they look at the prequels as a tragic love story. They're walking around with Grogu dolls and backpacks. So she successfully transferred everything. Kennedy's done it. They just announced a TV show today, Rogue Squadron, a TV show. So that's done. I think that is Patty Jenkins is going to do that. She did Wonder Woman. Now Sarah had to do the same thing. She has to transfer. She has to transition, I should say, them from console to something different, and that's what she's done. And I love what she's done. And of course, Amy Hood, it wants her damn money because it's one of those nouns you can't leave. You're going to give us the money back that we gave you with points, meaning interest, and they know they can't do it. So I expect the IP. I'm the one that told you GTA was going to be 60 frames per second over a year ago. Now, finally, Detective Seeds is backing that up. Shout out to Detective Seeds. It will be 60 on your Pro. I'm the one that told you there ain't going to be no console from Microsoft. I said that in 2020. And I'm telling you right now, they are going to be selling Perfect Dark. They're going to sell Halo. And they're going to sell, what's that other one that's in limbo? Fable. That's going to be sold off to the highest bidder. And Sony is going to get their hands on Halo. Sony is going to get their hands on that Harry Potter Hogwarts bullshit, and they're going to try to get their hands on that on the Mortal Kombat game. They're going to try. So definitely. And Perfect Dark, because Sony has nothing on their console like Perfect Dark. They don't, and that would be a perfect game for Sony Bend to make. That's right up their alley. What you do in Perfect Dark is something that Sony Bend can just do. Right up their alley. That's all.
They're not buying Perfect Dark.
Yeah, not buying Perfect
Dark. My God,
they're not. They're not. No, because Xbox already showed it going to Game Pass, and Sony's not going to touch that property.
Perfect Dark is dead. But here's the thing: Perfect, Greg, none of this makes sense. So they don't want Batman, but they want Perfect Dark. Like, what are we doing here?
Right? No.
None of this makes sense. Like, did a crackhead take over PlayStation or something? Like, what are we talking about here? None. Like, I don't understand. No, because think about it. I'm not blaming you, but whoever's your informant is on heroin. You have to drug test these guys.
Maybe.
Whoever's giving you info on the lowdown, you need a sample of their urine and test it out. I'll be honest. Whoever's telling you this, I'm just saying, whoever's telling you this is clearly on drugs. The dude is cracked.
Because they want it doesn't mean they're going to get it.
I'm not saying actually getting it. I'm just saying the fact that Sony is strategizing, saying Batman, we don't want it. Perfect Dark, yes, we want it. Just that tells me, if I talk to anybody on this planet and they be like, yo, Porter, I got the lowdown. I'm like, yo, what's the lowdown? Yo, Porter, Sony strategizing on trying to buy IPs from certain sectors, whatever. I'm like, all right, cool. From Warner Brothers, they're going to go after Harry Potter and Mortal Kombat. And I'm going to be like, but what about Batman? Nah, they're not interested in Batman. Okay, I guess. All right. And from Xbox, they're gonna go after Fable and Perfect Dark. I'm gonna be like, get the fuck out. I'll be like, go hang yourself. Click. I'll be like, go hang yourself, bro. They're not gonna go after Batman, but they're gonna go after Perfect Dark and Fable. Just, bro, I'm sorry for being evil, but hang yourself. Like you, whatever you thought you had left in life, you are right. You got nothing else to offer in life. Just end it. Just end it, bro. Hang yourself.
They won't want it later, but
like
they don't want it right now.
Yeah, but they want Perfect Dark right now. Boy, hang. I would tell that dude, listen. You are right. You have nothing left. You have nothing else to accomplish in life. I implore you to find a rope and chair. I highly encourage it. Hell, I'll buy it. I'll buy it for you. I will buy it for you. You're out your mind. Not to make light of joke, but come on. They don't want Batman, but they want Perfect Dark.
Right.
What? Like there's nothing like what? What does Batman do?
What does he do? I mean, you're going to be playing Wolverine. You're going to be playing another Spider-Man game. You're going to be playing a possible separate X-Men game.
So consoles, that's what he does.
He sells. Okay, fair enough. He will sell a lot of IP. He will do that. No doubt. No doubt.
He's gonna sell more consoles than a Perfect Dark IP would. Like,
I can't do.
I don't know. Perfect.
That's a
Dark.
Batman, a good Batman game. A good Batman game too.
I can't.
Shit.
This is not.
I know.
Well, good one.
Perfect Dark is about
I'm telling you, just get it
Perfect
ready.
Dark. No, Perfect
it
Dark
ready.
is about his.
I've
No,
not been
Perfect.
wrong yet. I've not been
Perfect-
wrong yet. So it's
You were
coming. Just get
definitely
ready.
wrong on that, dude. Perfect Dark is about as relevant as Banjo Kazooie. They are not touching that IP.
It's perfect. It's perfect.
Get out of here. Perfect Dark. Perfect Dark is not a. Perfect Dark is. I say, the reason why I would say this. The only reason Perfect Dark was ever in the conversation is because Microsoft bought Rare, and since the purchase of Rare, people have been asking for the game. That's the only reason why it ever became a combo. Because they've been asking for a game since you bought Rare. You bought Rare. Why did you not ever do something? So Microsoft bit into the hype and said, yeah, we're going to do Perfect Dark based on, fan hype and all that stuff. But they don't know what to do with it. They never made a game.
Well,
Nothing.
Sony is going to get it. They're going to give it to Ben, and they're going to.
Oh man, they're not
No,
getting
just
that.
get it ready.
They're not getting. They're not getting.
They're not
Get ready.
getting that, bro.
They know. Listen. They know they get ready. They're not going after Sony. That's the weirdest IP to go after.
You literally started your rant off like Xbox wants their money with interest. They're gonna try to get as
Sell
much as they
IP.
can for that. Yes, but not like that. If they sell,
The
Perfect
thing
Dark,
is, the
they're gonna
IP is
try to
not
get-
valuable. The Perfect
It's
Dark
not,
IP is not a valuable. What money are they gonna get? It's not
I don't know,
a
but anything
valuable
they
franchise.
sell,
Well, now you're going way down the road. I'm just saying that they're interested in getting it. And this
They're
is
not
also not
interested in that
interested in
shit.
Batman. Hold on, this
What?
is not interested in Batman right now. Doesn't mean they won't be interested a year from now or months from now. Firstly, they got to get their hands on it. That's before anything else happens. They have to go into a sales agreement and at least get that talk going. So this is way down the road.
So I get that, but the thing is, it's about if Sony wants something or any company wants something, they want something that's valuable and be like, yo, if we have the opportunity to get that, we're gonna get it because we know this thing is gonna bring in value, meaning it's gonna sell, the marketing is gonna push consoles, it's really gonna put the brand, it's gonna be one of the properties that puts the overall brand on the top thing, right? That's why they had no problem saying yes to Marvel for Spider-Man. They're like, holy shit, the Spider-Man P, absolutely, and you saw what the IP did. So now, if they're in the mindset of doing that again, Batman, Perfect Dark.
Yeah.
Come on, bro. Come
They
on,
gotta
bro.
get their hands-
Perfect Dark is not a valuable
Perfect
IP.
Dark.
It's not a valuable IP.
It will be when they put the jiggle.
It gets but that's the thing, right? You can go grab a valuable IP that's already valuable on its own, and then you're just bringing it even more. Okay,
Yeah,
but
really
why would
said the
you?
jiggle
So
physics,
for
like,
that,
why
so for that, you just why pay Microsoft to buy it? You just create your own new IP because you could do that with a brand new IP. Like I said, the Perfect Dark IP, there's nothing valuable behind it, so it's cheaper just to create a new IP on your own than to buy Perfect Dark. It doesn't do anything.
See,
You see what I'm saying? Like the IP Perfect Dark is not valuable to buy. It's not a valuable product. It's cubic zirconian.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong. But
I think your connection's on crack. That's what I'm saying. Listen, the dude's on heroin, bro. He's snorting. He's not even injecting it. He's straight snorting the shit.
Enough. Yeah, he could be snorting it.
That dude is snorting heroin. He's snorting Henron and Clorox. Boy, it's lethal, bro. That dude is on some lethal shit, bro. That dude is on.
Sony was buying Bungie.
Man,
Okay,
he
like
might be
that.
getting his
Microsoft was
information
not
from
making a
Jez
console.
Gordon.
Okay.
I told you. Oh man, that's bad right there. That's real. I'll be quiet then. That's real bad right there. Oh man. Man.
Greg, I'm telling you,
Jez Gordon, man.
man, Sony ain't nobody no goddamn Perfect Dark. They're not,
man,
they
that's
get
like
to
ordering
it.
a fish
I can tell you that right
Someone-
now.
Order
Hey,
a
real
fish
quick.
sandwich at Five Guys. Oh,
Someone in the
man.
chat just brought it up. Siphon filter is right there. There's no need for
There we
Perfect
go.
Dark. Perfectly
Siphon
fucking said.
Filter
They
is
don't
made
need
by
to do that.
Ubisoft.
No,
No,
made
it's
by
not.
Sony.
No,
Made by
it's-
All right,
Sony.
Craig, you're done.
All right,
You're done.
Craig, nah, you're done,
Splinter
bro.
Cell. Splinter
No.
Cell.
On the
You
same
on crack?
Splinter
See now,
Cell.
this guy, man,
Splinter
you're
Cell.
done. Get out of here, bro. This guy,
Did he
boy.
really just say that?
This guy get his advice from the back of the Walmart.
All right.
Man, we
All right.
got it.
Oh,
What the fuck is going
Oh,
on here? Oh shit.
Oh,
man.
Hey, I still love you,
Gets
Craig. I
this
still
guy
love
gets
you.
wood in the back of Crenshaw.
Brother Craig is
He got
Brother
his
Craig's trying to
info in the
troll,
swap
dude.
meet on Crenshaw.
Brother
Oh
Craig
man.
is trying to troll, dog. There's no way. There's no way. Brother
Man.
Craig's trolling.
His connection saying his connection telling me that the Giants are gonna win the Super Bowl. Oh man, what are we doing here? What the hell's going on here, boy? This dude's on that Kentucky bourbon.
Yeah.
Get out of here! He ain't don't buy no goddamn perfect dark.
I would take
Shit,
those with a grain of
Microsoft's
fucking
probably
salt.
trying to give that on Microsoft is probably trying to. Now listen, I will say I would not have any doubt that Microsoft's trying to get rid of Perfect Dark, like the way they got rid of TangleWorks. But it ain't gonna be Sony to buy that shit. Sony not buying that bullshit. Sony's gonna be like, get the fuck out of here. They're not buying that. I could see Sony go for Hogwarts and Mortal Kombat. Those are good. Those are valuable IPs.
Especially
Valuable,
Mortal Kombat.
right?
Especially Mortal Kombat.
But if anything, Warner Brothers have so many valuable properties like Lord of the Rings. Great background for an RPG. I don't know why Sony wouldn't go for that, right?
Yeah,
Because you
Sony
could
too.
do so much with the Lord of the Rings saga. You can make RPGs. You can make straight up action games, right? Great versatile IP. Even a strategy game. If Sony wanted to kind of delve into that type of genre, right? So great IP for that. Harry Potter. Agreed. That's a great, valuable IP. That's understandable. Mortal Kombat. Great, IP. Understandable in terms of the fighting scenes. I get that as well. Them not wanting Batman, I don't get. I just don't understand. Unless I will say unless they feel it might make Marvel feel some type of way. Then I could understand Sony not messing with DC property if they're afraid of messing with the relationship they have with Marvel.
Mm-hmm.
That I could get. I could understand that then.
Also,
I could get that.
Also, these games could directly compete with one another, right? So Batman would compete with Spider-Man, and Lord of the Rings might compete with Horizon. Right,
they're not interested in it right now.
Mm-hmm.
But first, they got to get their hands on. They have to still have their meeting like that. They haven't even broken apart the company.
Yeah, but you're saying they're gonna have a meeting for Perfect Dark. They ain't having no goddamn meeting. And they're not even gonna do a phone call. But listen, listen. Whoever received that text is on crack. That's the same phone. That's the same phone the guy orders his heroin over. That dude's ordering. He's doing that shit by the pound. He's snorting heroin by the pound when he read that text. They ain't not getting no goddamn Perfect Dark. Halo. I'll be honest. I don't see Microsoft selling Halo. That's too big of a property across multimedia. That's just too big to sell. I know, but I just think it's too big. I think what they're gonna do, they're gonna try to re-strategize the live service part. Because obviously Infinite didn't work, so they're just gonna re-strategize the live service strategy behind it, and obviously include PlayStation from the get-go in this mission. I think the IP is way too big to sell. It's way too
Halo
big
would have to sell negative copies for them to sell that fucking.
Yeah, that motherfucker. That motherfucker has to. Yeah, that IP is way too big for them together. That's like one of their biggest ones. I could see them getting rid of, like the South of Midnights and all the smaller stuff that they little by little. I could see them actually trimming even more. But I think Halo's gonna stay. Halo and Forza Gears, they're gonna stay as their big properties. In fact, that's really, technically speaking, that's what you want to keep. You want to keep the biggest properties possible, which right now is Forza, Horizon, right? They got rid of Motorsport because apparently Horizon is now the actual big racing game, right? Because Horizon just blew out Motorsport in terms of sales and ongoing, MAUs and all that stuff.
It's actually different because you're not limited to a track, and it's more like a GTA without the rest of it, just the open world racing. Right? I think it's fun.
Closer to Need for Speed, the arcade racer.
Yeah.
And there's no need for speed new ones, so that's actually there's no competition, so it's an IP with no competition. So I could see, that's why they toned down the Forza Motorsport, boosted up Forza Horizon. I think they're really gonna push Halo, Gears, their Forza, obviously Call of Duty. That speaks for itself. That's easy. But.
Oh my God! I'm so glad.
I'm telling you, hey, Craig,
man?
you need to piss test your sources.
Yeah, for real,
them
dude.
motherfuckers-
I
them
wish
motherfuckers-
Em was
you
here
need
to
to
hear
piss
that
them, though.
blasphemy.
You better
Oh, man.
listen. You don't have to reveal the name, but we want to see the results. You ain't gotta say the name. Keep that privacy intact. But I want to see tested negative on all drugs. That's what I want to see. I want to see official paperwork that says they tested negative. All right.
What did
All
Craig
right.
just say?
Yeah. Oh, Craig. Oh my God. Thank God Extreme wasn't here.
Thank God it.
Oh my
Extreme
God,
was
you
here.
weren't here for this. We're just gonna move on. Oh my God, thank God Extreme wasn't here. Because he would have heard that. He would have been like,
what?
hold on. He would have turned on the camera. Listen, I'm just gonna put you in short. Apparently Sony is interested in buying the Perfect Dark IP from Microsoft, but they're not interested in buying the Batman IP from Warner Brothers. And I'm gonna just leave it at that. I'm just
You know it's true. It's gonna be easy. To
Not.
You need to, there's nothing to get ready. That boy, I tell you, out of all the times you said something, that one you're gonna go limp. You're gonna have stage fright on that one. That one you going limp. Chocolate Thunder, there's no thunder. There's not even a clap. Not even. There's no thunder. There's no lightning. That motherfucker going limp.
Before we get anybody else's opinion, look, this is the only motherfucker that bleeds green. All right.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
He do.
Yeah, this is one of my motorcycle helmets.
That's a motorcycle helmet?
That's a motorcycle helmet?
Yeah.
What
Yep.
the fuck?
I see
That's
it.
crazy. That's
Yep.
crazy.
I just have a normal one.
DOT, baby.
Yeah. Oh,
Hey, that's
you,
dope
you
helmet,
should
though.
you should
That's
wear
the
a
only
full face
motherfucker-
though. Protect your
That's
chin.
the
That
only
is-
motherfucker that bleeds
That
green.
is insane. This dude driving his bike as the Predator. The cops don't fuck with you?
Nope. As a matter of fact, it's picture. Everyone wants to take a picture of me in it. It's weird.
Hey.
It's weird. Oh yeah, because like
weird.
seeing
I
Predator
don't-
on a Kawasaki Ninja is so normal in America.
You know, it's wild.
I think he's
that
Will's a
just-
little big for a
the
250
fuck?
bike. He's
Like
got to
holy
be riding a 1,000 bike.
Holy shit! The dreads are like brrr, like real fast. Everybody's like, "What the fuck?" Yo, that would be crazy, bro. I'd be like, be in my car.
That bleeds green.
I'd be pull up in my, I'm in a car at the red light. All of a sudden, this motorcycle pulls up, and I look, and I'd be like,
Bro, you just feel the cell phones on you. They're just.
Yo,
I'll be
chill,
out of
be
light,
like-
the only way that could be cooler is if that was a bicycle helmet. So you just
"Boy, oh my god, this guy
You
wants to
can't
do
even
this."
keep a straight face.
You know, it's wild. You
Straight
probably
face.
spent more money on your bicycle than I did on my street bike.
This guy.
probably. But
Extreme wants to do
you
the
should
Tour de
just get a
France.
bicycle version.
He wants to do a Tour de France
In
in a
the
Predator
Predator.
helmet.
There you go.
But
there you go.
that's the only motherfucker that bleeds green.
Doping
Fuck
included.
all of them.
Wow,
He ain't
bro, that
lying
shit's
though.
wild.
He ain't lying.
This guy came out with a Predator helmet. That shit is wild. That shit is wild. But
He was doing his rant.
We going
When
some
he was
wild
doing his
shit
rant
today.
about.
We got
when he was
PlayStation
doing his
Perfect
rant-
Dark. Oh my god.
That's what I'm saying. Before he did that wild ass rant, he was talking about like the bleed green guys, and I was like, it dawned on me. I was like, nah, there's only one motherfucker that bleeds green. Don't do
man.
that.
Oh man, what if it bleeds? We can kill it.
Oh, shit. All right.
Classic line.
All right.
Classic line.
So moving over to Henry. So hey, Henry. So on topic, right? Well,
are
let me
we
do some
talking
super chats. Yeah, right. I just we talk about
super
friend,
chat first. Super chat first.
Craig's crackhead friend. Doing some crazy ass shit. It's
Hey,
just
Craig, I
crazy.
still love you.
Yeah.
All right.
I still love you,
gotta
brother.
get it ready.
We still love you, brother. Listen,
It's a lot.
listen,
It's a lot.
Craig,
Everybody's
you
doing it.
need to piss test your sources, bro.
Yeah, we're taking you to rehab, but we love
You
you.
have to piss test them, bro. You got to. Bobo Country says, "Hey, it's Somalia experience. Fuck around and find out." Oh, I talking about when we were talking about the SNAP benefits and stuff. Oh, snap. SNK. He says, "What up, PR77 and crew? That thumbnail though. Hope you enjoy it. Shout out to SPR, of course.
SPR.
Shout out to
PR,
him, man.
shout out.
Yeah. All right. Glenzer, $5 super chat. Sarah Bond said their next gen console will be very premium, very high end. Does that mean the other Xboxes were cheap and low end? Well, we got the Series S.
She said, "Get it ready." That's what she said.
Get it ready.
They up there
Well,
talking
this
about
is
like Porter Rock said. They up there talking about start saving your coins. Yeah, they getting it ready. So that's all they can do at this point. And not me saying it. They're saying it. So everybody's starting to understand. All you can do at this point is go ahead and start getting it ready. That's all you can do. If you want it, start getting it ready. $1,200 ain't nothing to sneeze at. So
That's
right.
that fat dude's batting again.
Man said lube up.
He said the fat dude's batting again.
Yeah.
Fucking guy.
But a
Oh,
man
yeah.
on first.
He said the fat dude's batting again. Maxwell Quevedo, what's up, Maxwell? With the $5 super chat says MS is going to sell Xbox in chunks. If PS grabs something, I would want Ninja Theory, Treyarch, Infinity Ward. Get all the big IPs from them. F it. Well, you're not getting Treyarch, Infinity Ward because they're the Call of Duty guys, so they're not getting rid of anything Call of Duty. Ninja Theory, I could see them get rid of it, but I don't think Sony's going to buy Ninja Theory. I don't see them buying Ninja Theory.
I think Ninja Theory's gone, dude. That's a small studio. They can cut them.
I don't think they're going to buy Ninja Theory.
Bought them a new studio. I thought they bought them a new studio.
No,
Listen,
no, they are.
Oh, they did. They
Is this
gave
from
them.
your source,
Well,
man?
Microsoft did when they first purchased them. They got them a new location.
Then they get a brand new studio. Yeah.
But
I
I
thought
could
it was
I could see Microsoft getting rid of Ninja Theory. Sadly, I could see that happening. Sadly, it's crazy. It's just a lot of stuff. I don't see Sony buying Ninja Theory. I'll just be honest. I'll be honest. I like the only thing that I can see that makes sense is buying. Sony looking at Hogwarts and Mortal Kombat makes sense. I can see that. Them not going for Batman, other than maybe the relationship, they want to make sure they maintain a great relationship with Marvel. I could see that balance.
Yeah.
But Perfect Dark, bro, I'm still stuck on that shit. That shit ain't happening, bro. That shit, boy, that shit ain't happening. That's some crack. That's that is some. They're not to get ready. Yeah, you're like you better. You know what I'm saying? You gotta get that blue chew to make it rise, cause that shit's going limp. That shit, boy. You better get some Viagra if you want that shit to come true. Cause that shit, boy, that shit's on limp. For real, that shit ain't doing. Ain't nobody scared of that chocolate thunder. Ain't nobody, not at that one. People be like, "Oh my god, chocolate!" Wait, you said what, motherfucker? That is the stupidest shit I ever heard. Get the fuck out of here. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Chocolate thunder better back the fuck up with that one. But anyway, Henry, what we're talking about is pretty much. Now you're starting to see a little bit of embracement of the PC strategy, right? Now it's how well the PC can come to a console-like experience, right? Which tells me they already accepted that they're not getting a console. When I already see them started talking like that now they want to focus on how well Microsoft can make Windows 11 PC gaming and bring that familiarity of console, you finally realize you're not getting a console then. That's the first thing in my mind. Like now it started to click. You're not getting a console, you're getting a PC gaming. But now it's about how well it can be like a console, right? So the question I ask is, what are your thoughts on how actual console gamers are going to react to this? When it finally comes out, it's just like the Xbox One Ally. They realize it's not an Xbox handheld. It's a PC handheld. Once it's in the hands, once it's out there. Your thoughts on console gamers reacting once this PC is out, once it's already out and people see it for what it is. How would console gamers, especially those that played on Xbox as console gamers, will react to this? Do you think this is going to be like they'll say, you know what, maybe it's time to change with the times with Microsoft and adopt PC gaming, or maybe some will be like, nah, I'm not playing PC. Screw this shit. I'll just get a PlayStation then. If that's, what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think the whole idea of us liking consoles is because we don't want the headaches of dealing with PC. Also, the fact that in order to get a slight better performance comparatively to what we have on the PS5, you have to pay so much more. I think what you pay for is not necessarily what you get. Right, so just the marginal utility from your marginal investment is okay. That's my economic speak, right? So it's it's extremely a drastic, right? It's a very clear diminishing return. I want to kind of piggyback off like what Craig and Joe Will said earlier. I think the savvy gamers are smart enough to know that it's just better to play on the PS5, and they're gonna see like the portable that with the Xbox label on it. It's not an Xbox; it's actually a PC. I'm also going to look at the flip side of the market, where like the rest of my family and my friends who are not into gaming the way I am, or gaming information the way I am, they just look at the world and go, "Oh yeah, it's PS5. It's the thing right now," and they bought the Switch without looking at the specs, right? Because they know exactly what they're getting when they get there. But the thing with Xbox and the PC, it's like you don't really know what you're getting anymore, which really sucks, right? So, and I don't know, how much longer are these diehard Xbox fans are going to hold the line, as they have said previously, and they don't have to admit anything to the world. They just have to be good to themselves and just play, for their best interest, right? I also, we talked about this on Saturday. I also feel like, none of us should really feel bad for these extreme,
I don't.
extremist of Xbox fans, right? Right. So I think
not one bit.
They absolutely, jump on this Game Pass bandwagon and basically, put down everybody for spending money willingly to support the gaming system and this ecosystem of this whole economy, because it's actually important, because it's always about an equation, right? If you're putting all these money over here, it makes 0 sense for so little to be paid here to balance it out. And now Microsoft wants it, and this is what we're getting. And I don't know, but like if Microsoft sells enough of their games on the other platforms, will they make that 30%? Like, I wonder. Probably not, right? So I don't know what's the biggest selling third party publishers. Do they ever make 30% of profit? I didn't look at the numbers. So
Maybe Activision
I
in the heyday?
read Activision.
In their heyday.
They were getting over 30% profit margin. So I think it's a combination of selling off stuff that like if you have stuff that only produces 5% margin, 10% margin, you gotta get rid of it because it's not.
Yeah, but is Activision making it off Call of Duty, or is it making off like Candy Crush?
No, everything. It's Candy Crush, Call of Duty, World of Warcraft, pretty much the entire business. As ABK was producing over 30% revenue across the board. But again, they didn't have a lot of fat. They didn't sell consoles that didn't sell. They don't sell controllers. There's a lot of things that they don't invest in that ultimately, interferes with their profit margins, right?
Well, they don't have any brand loyalty. They don't, people don't love Xbox the way PlayStation guys love PlayStation, right? Look at J-Dub is obviously the very tip of he'll buy anything that is released by PlayStation, right? And that's, but I don't know anybody that's would. Well, they don't have enough. I'm sure there are. They don't have enough people like J-Dub on the Xbox side. And plus, why should they? Because they don't even want to pay for games. Why would they?
I think that's I'm
not criticizing them. I'm just saying this is what I see, right? Yeah. So, so
they created this environment for themselves, right? So I think part of that growth is also
like Xbox also catered to them, right? So it's just.
Yeah. Remember last year it was like you pay so I could play, like some bullshit like that was going around.
Oh yeah, now they paying a lot, and the price increase is not going to stop.
Nope.
Game Pass will continue. Game Pass will continue to increase price, probably annually, because we've seen it in other subscription service. Disney does it annually, HBO does it annually. So annual price increase is not out of the norm for subscription services to increase their price annually. So I have no doubt next year Microsoft's going to do another price increase, and not just like incremental, like $2-3. They're going to go at least $5. $5.
Yeah, I think the goal is for them to get
a big leap.
I think their goal is to get PC Game Pass to where regular Game Pass is at now.
Yeah, because PCs now is at $16, $17 a month. They definitely want that
Oh,
thing
no.
up to like 22, 23.
No, PC Game Pass is for me it's $14.99. It could be regional. That could be
Is
a
that
regional.
is that the price increase price or?
Yeah, I think it's $14.99.
Okay, it's
right now.
$14.99 is the price increase.
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
But I think
I
their
thought it was
goal is to
16
get
for-
it to
I don't know,
console.
man. PC gamers, they don't pay for nothing. Like if the fact that they go to CD Key to get a discount, a game, and then they pirate whatever they don't want to pay for.
Oh,
Yeah.
man.
Yeah.
That's
so,
true.
That's
That's
just
true.
Yeah.
that's the reality. They hate when we bring it up, but like it's fucking real. We seen like the pirate accounts on Twitter. They just bring up the numbers of how many downloads a certain game was, and like I seen some downloads for the big games, like 1 million downloads day one.
Yeah.
Come on now, like
Yep.
let's
And
not lie.
this is one thing offshoot of a tangent. I always wonder if anybody ever decide to do an exclusive on a specific card, like a 5090, right? That runs, and how beautiful that game would look, but then it would alien the rest of the PC
Yeah.
like people, right? And then it would be. I wonder if they would turn on each other because that's what they're doing. Like they tend to kind of go into a mob, right? And then
One
yeah.
game
people.
publisher did try that actually. Striking Distance with Callisto Protocol did exclusivity deal with Radeon,
Yeah.
and it did
How's
not
that?
work out for them.
How they going to pull that off?
did
though?
not
Like,
work.
it didn't work on
It did not work out.
Nvidia.
No,
the game
with
would've-
Radeon.
AMD,
Yeah.
AMD, Radeon.
Yeah. But I'm saying with the
did not work.
exclusivity, did what? The game didn't work on Nvidia, or like how
No,
would
like
exclusivity
if you
do
bought
work?
if you bought that graphics card, you got like exclusive skins. They just went about it the wrong way.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
How the fuck can you do an exclusive skin on PC?
that's
I don't know,
motherfuckers
but
buy this shit.
now that skin is on PlayStation. Like,
Yeah.
Like
They do it
like,
for
it,
Fortnite,
it
too.
just didn't work.
yeah.
They
I
do
remember
it for Fortnite
for
too.
I remember for Borderlands 2. There were extra effects that are only available on Nvidia cards. That I had an AMD card, so I didn't see that.
Fortnite
I
did
didn't see
too.
the effect.
Fortnite too. GeForce and
fuck?
Fortnite did too.
Exclusive effects, yeah. I think the only portion of PC that can get away with exclusive is Steam. Like if a game is made exclusively for Steam, not a single PC gamer will bump their church about, oh, this is anti-consumer, oh my god. All that shit goes
Yeah,
out
look-
the window. None of
look
them
what
is gonna
happened to-
fight for Epic Game Store version. They don't
I
give
was
a
just
fuck.
about to bring that up. I'm glad
don't
you
give a
brought it
fuck
up. Look
about
what
that.
happened to Alan Wake when it was Epic exclusive.
Yeah, they made a bitch.
It-
They complain. But I guarantee if the situation reversed and Alan Wake was exclusive on Steam, they wouldn't complain.
I guarantee
You know what
that
I'm
would have
saying?
made a profit too, day one.
Probably would have sold
Hell of a
more.
profit.
I'll be honest. Remedy was dumb putting that exclusivity on Epic Game Store. Like you have to
But
know. That's like making an
they-
Xbox exclusive.
Yeah, but they
And not putting it on
financed the game.
PlayStation. It's the same thing.
That's weird. Like it's just a launcher. Like
But
Listen,
Rare
listen.
published the game. That's why.
I'll be honest. I don't get it. Right? People
Yeah.
like exclusive launch. I like because the thing is, like, you got the hardware, and they talk about the versatility of all the things you could do on PC, but then when you have to use that versatility, they complain. Like, wait, I gotta use Epic Game Store, something that I have access to. Like, I don't know. I don't get it. That's why I don't even bother. That's why I don't even
You guys
discuss
don't even want to
talking.
download another launcher? Like,
I don't even care. Like, whatever. Then they list like, oh, but Steam, you got 50 million features. So I'm like, how many do you actually use out of all those features? Like, you're just
Right.
playing the game. I'd be like, I don't care. It's not even worth the discussion, to be honest. It's just whatever. It's whatever, right? But yeah, let me head over to Extreme. So conversations about. Like me, and I don't know if you noticed, but I'm already seeing the acceptance that the next Xbox is a PC. They're already alluding to like, yeah, so now it's about how well you can make the PC experience replicate the console experience and stuff like that, and that Microsoft is evolving gaming. And I'm like, that's not really evolving. You're just leaving one actual form of gaming and trying to adopt another and blur the lines and stuff like that. And I don't personally believe they're going to be successful at it, because the reason why console were successful at being a console is because they always use a stripped down version, a minimized version that is just simply dedicated to gaming, right? And then, of course, recently, with streaming media like Netflix, but a goddamn phone can stream Netflix. So that's not that big of a deal. But something as robust as Windows with its antivirus and Microsoft Teams and Google Zoom and all these major applications is a little bit different as compared to a stripped down console. So what are your thoughts, number one, on some of these guys with the acceptance, right? And then number two, do you think Microsoft can actually replicate a console-like experience with their next PC? Can they get away with it? Can they actually get people to be like, oh shit, this is just like a console?
Well, listen, guys. The other day, I'm having a conversation with Dirt Griggity on the Twitters in the Twitter streets, right? And he's asking me, what will we talk about, PlayStation fans
I
talk
saw
about
that.
on our podcast, after the Xbox is gone, whatever. And we're going back and forth, and then he puts, to my great delight, he puts the fact that he is going to be having a podcast just that day. And out of character for me, I was actually awake at that time. So I'm like, this is fantastic. Because why go back and forth on the Twitter streets where I cannot connect with my brother from another mother when we could just talk face to face, and do our thing, go back and forth. He can question me about how wonderful PlayStation is. I can ask him how sad and detritus he feels about the fact that his brand died because of people like him. We were going to have an honest, easy conversation. So I go in and then I send him the tweet and I say, hey, can I join the panel? And he tells me that they don't allow ponies in the chat. So let alone on the panel. And I'm like, well, that's convenient for me. I don't even like ponies.
He's like, I'm allergic to ponies.
Exactly. I don't even like those people.
One bit me as a child. So
listen, I never like four-legged creatures. Okay, I've never been a fan. Never been a fan. So listen, and then they have a horn. That's the devil's work. So I'm like, that's easy. That's even good. Let me go on then.
Like we got
and
common
says,
ground.
no.
That's a good start. We got common ground. That's a great start.
So listen, he says no, and I'm thinking to myself, I get it. He's confused, right? He just doesn't understand that I'm not one of them. So I'm like, you know what I'll do? I'll be persistent because my mother told me if someone says no, keep insisting, unless it's a woman, in which case consent matters and no mistake.
Ooh, thank you.
That is true.
I was like, ooh. I was about to say, hold on. Ooh, you are the man. Ooh.
Respect.
There we go.
Consent means.
There we go.
Hold
There
on.
we go.
I almost lost my breath with that one. I'm like, oof, all right. All right. Continue.
So, now we dodged that ball and we learned good manners. Okay. I go onto his podcast, right? And I'm in the chat and I'm like, yo, Dirt, my brother from another yo, listen, man, send me the link. And he got mad
You were
at
like
me.
this. You were like this. You had the fist
I know. He attacked me. He literally yelled at me. And then he went on later to say that he will never attack anyone.
I gotta see
was
this.
like, what the hell?
That's it, clown.
Listen, man.
I gotta see this.
Last podcast, I don't know, they were like an hour and a half in. I thought, you know what? Maybe he didn't want to send me the invite because I'm just too magnetic. I'm too charming. If I go there, minute one, I'm gonna derail the podcast.
Now I gotta look this up.
What? I'm gonna derail the podcast.
You guys, listen. I'm gonna look this up.
As soon as I went in, this guy literally attacked me, and I was so disappointed. Anyways, all of that you say, Dirt wouldn't allow me on his podcast, which hurt my one and only feeling I had left. So now that's gone. But I still want for Xbox people to come on this podcast. Okay, so Dirt, if you're listening, please come on the podcast, and we can have the reunion over here. But I will do you one further to prove I am not a pony. I shall not be an Xbox representative. Okay, regards to this particular topic.
Was this like yesterday?
This was yesterday. I will represent the Xbox fans.
Timestamps.
Okay, I will represent the Xbox fans. Listen, consoles are bad. We don't want them. Okay, you see the problem isn't that Microsoft is going to create a PC with a console-like experience. The problem is that just like exclusives became bad when Microsoft said so, consoles are now bad because Microsoft is said so. Okay? Listen, people are evolving past consoles. They are antiquated. All right? They are just products of a bygone era. Okay, we don't want consoles anymore. We want PCs that imagine themselves to be consoles. Okay, because the better thing than having the thing that is actually the thing is to have the other thing that imagines itself to be that thing and contorts itself in many ways. Okay, so listen, as an Xbox fan, I do not want another console. I want a PC masquerading as a console. I want to run Windows updates. And I want this to be partnered with different manufacturers. So you know what? Do you know what I have that you ponies don't have? I have choices. Okay? If I want my Xbox to say Lenovo on it, it will. If I wanted to say Hewlett Packard, it will. If I wanted to say Asus, it will. Matter of fact, if I want my little thing to say Alienware, it will. Okay, that is the thing. Whether it is made by Dell, I want all the choices. I'm going to collect them the way I used to collect Xbox controllers, which I shall no longer do because consoles are antiquated. The second thing that you asked about is whether Windows is going to actually provide a console-like experience. And I want to say, I don't want it. I want Windows to be Windows. I want to have to update different things in 5 different places. Okay, I want my mouse to disconnect. Okay, because Logitech options stop working. I want RGB lights that are not in sync because I can never get the Asus Aura, sync to ever work with all of the components. I want that. That is the experience that I want to pay for. Okay, I want to be able to water cool my CPU, do it myself, and then have it leak, fry my GPU, so I have to buy another one, but then I'll tell myself that I'm so smart for having figured it out. That is the console experience that I want. And I want to put all of this beneath my TV so that as soon as I turn on my TV, everybody can see what's on my desktop. They can see my Microsoft Teams. They can see my private information. I want it all. That is exactly, as an Xbox fan, what we should have. We need to have consoles that allow you to do everything that you could possibly do on a digital machine. Okay? You know what? Matter of fact, who even wants gaming? I don't even know why you want gaming. As an adult, why do you want it? If you want a game, buy a Nintendo. Okay? That's the only one of exclusives anyway. Everything is going to PC, but you know what? Nothing should be on PC. Gaming is for losers. As an Xbox fan, I don't even want games anymore. Okay? And if I do want games, the only games that I want are backwards compatible games. That is what I want. I want backwards looking games. I don't want new ones. That's why I'm so happy to cancel Perfect Dark. That was a new game. I didn't like it. Okay? I want games. The only new game that I want is a game like Halo Campaign Evolved. Okay? That's the only game. It's a beautiful game. It's a beautiful game because it's just a rehash of a game that's already been made 4 other times. Okay? We complain about remasters and remakes, but look at us. When it is the right game, and this is the right one, because it's exactly going to be the same thing as I got before. The corridors, I want them to be the same. I want them to be the same. No sprinting. I don't want sprint. I don't want end down sights. I don't want games that cater to all of this no new fans. I want it to be the same thing that I played before, but charge me more money for it. Aha, so that I can say I can get it on Game Pass, and you ponies are the ones that are going to pay for my membership. That is what I want. Okay, listen, the new Gears E-Day, I don't want it. That's a new game, but I would take the Marcus Finish Collection again, remaster that, sell that back to me, put it on Game Pass so that I have something to put in the list for. Matter of fact, you guys know that we started the road mappers, okay? You ponies tried to be road mappers, but you couldn't do it right, all right? How many games have they canceled or temporarily suspended? You don't know. Those games could still be coming out, okay? Listen, I don't want Windows to be anything like a console. I want Windows to be worse, okay? Bring back Windows 8. Bring it back. I miss the tablet mode. Bring it back. I want the full screen touch interface.
So bad.
Yo, I want Windows Vista. It was a beautiful Windows. It was a beautiful Vista. No one's ever seen a Vista like that. It was just so beautiful. The way that it just wouldn't work. That's exactly the experience that I want.
That would be funny. Oh my god. He could do that with a straight face.
That's funny. Yo, listen. Podork, you were right. I play myself now. Okay. What is it? You were right. These people are now changing the narrative. Okay, and they are now changing the narrative to the fact that they don't actually want consoles anymore. Like genuinely, they don't want consoles anymore. They are now saying, I think you can see the quote unquote report from Jez Gordon being like,
Yep.
oh, it will be a PC, but also you can insert your disc from your Xbox, and that's gonna work magically. It's gonna be great. Trust me. You know, his source is basically trust me, bro. Which is great. You know, he's fantastic. That's what we want now. I had so many people, even what is it? So many people look at the ROG Ally X and are like, this is a wonderful device. For $1,000, I have to run 3 update systems. I love it here. I'm just like, what the fuck? Yo, listen, man. Listen. Understand this. The assault next generation will be on the concept of the console entirely. That's basically what the angle is going to be. They're going to tell you that a closed box, you know, that you cannot upgrade yourself, that is, you know, controlled by a corporation, blah, 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 is far inferior to, you know, PC and everything like that. And you know what? PC fans will love it because you know that if there's one thing, if there's a group of people even more desperate than Xbox fans, it's always PC fans. Yo, PC fans, why are you here? You know, like Poto, you made a video the other day. Like, why do these people catch L's? Why are you catching strays when you're not even in the neighborhood? Why are you? This isn't the way home. Why are you here? You're not picking up a girl of it. There's no reason for you to be here in the middle of this gang fight and for you to just be catching through. Like, no, nobody cares about you. Nobody cares about PC. I really listen. Console gamers, we can make fun of Xbox gamers, we can make fun of Nintendo, we can make fun of PlayStation fans, but can we just keep it in-house? Can we just keep it to us three? You know, like the console war. I literally had people telling me that the console war includes PC, and I'm like, do you?
Come on.
Like, come on. The words don't matter. It's called the cons. It wasn't called the gaming wars. We never invited you. We never made it general. You were never here. You were never invited. It's called the console war. And then you'll be the first one to say that, oh, I don't have a console. Then you're not part of you don't get to be part of the movement. Listen, go start your own wars. Like, do the GPU wars. I'll give you an example. GPU wars. NVIDIA versus AMD versus Intel. Boom, you have the big three. Okay? You can do RAM wars. There's so many different brands of RAM. You know, you can do power supply wars. You know, there's like Seagate, there's like Seasonic. You have so many things, you have so many components. You know, like look, we have one console. You guys have different parts. You could be fighting. You could be air cooling versus water cooling wars. That could be interesting. You know, shit. I mean, I wouldn't care, but you know. Like, okay, what about like, you know, static pressure fans? Or like, you know, you have so many things. You have, or like airflow fans. You have so many things you could fight over. Like,
AMD.
LED versus no LED. There are so many wars you could have. You know, rectangular box versus open air case. I have so many, I can keep this coming. Like, you can just go have fun on your own. You know, just be like, listen, just go to your PC community and tell them, look, we can have console wars at home. Okay? Just keep it keep it to yourselves. You know? Yo, listen, how about this? How about this? Quick question. How come there isn't a Steam podcast? And their main fight is Steam versus Epic Game Store. Why isn't that a thing? Why isn't that a thing? I mean, you guys have multiple platforms within the PC ecosystem. You could literally be like WoW Launcher versus Epic versus Steam versus the Xbox app launcher. You guys have so many things you could be fighting over. But you come over here and you try to be a part of the culture. Like, listen, don't be here. Don't come. We don't want you. It's okay. And listen, Xbox people, if you're going to become Xbox refugees on PCs, that's okay. But that's your home now, right? Like, if I go, right, to Italy as a refugee, I better start speaking Italian. Okay? I'm there now. This is where I am. Okay? So listen, if you're gonna be an Xbox refugee, don't come back on this side. Just stay over there. Have PSU wars. Have RAM speeds versus like DDR5 versus DDR6. Like there's so many things to choose from. You know, have plugged in Ethernet versus Wi-Fi. This, oh my God, look how exciting that sounds. Like, how do I get my internet to my device? You know, just lag versus less lag. Fascinating. It's riveting. You know, just if you like it, I love it. So, anyways, I just want PC gamers to be out of there. You know, just get out of here. Get out. We don't want you here.
Facts.
You know, I actually talked about that. I made a post about that. I don't understand the PC gamers in this conversation at all. You know, they say they're not Xbox fanboys. They don't play on console. That they console sucks. So why are they involved in a conversation where one console gamer makes a comment about another console?
Yeah.
Why is PC and why are they upset? Some of them are upset. Like, oh, shut up, just play your games. Why are you upset? I'm not talking about you. I'm not even talking about your PC. Like, why are you here? Who are you? And why are you here? You understand what I'm saying? Like that, I don't understand. And ultimately, let's be honest, and it's true what you say. PC is boring in the context of conversation unless you are a tech centric type of content creator, right?
Yeah,
but
creator, yeah.
Here's the thing: if you're gonna be a tech content creator, that takes a lot of work, right? And it takes a lot of investments, right? Because you got to buy the products, right? That you're talking about, right? So you're buying 4, 5, 6, 7 GPUs, and they are not cheap, right? That's an industry where if you're a content creator in PC, you definitely need connections. Because if you're going to talk about the GPUs and better than the other, then you need to do those things. You need to get those GPUs. You need to run those benchmarks. You need to, especially if you're going to say which is a better GPU, this AMD, whatever, versus NVIDIA. Let's find out. And there are channels like that. And they are very successful. But they don't talk console war. They don't even give a damn about console unless it's like a tech-centric thing. But for the most part, they're very tech-centric into their PC stuff, and they do comparisons. The PC gamers that we deal with, they suck. Let's all be honest. They don't do that shit.
Definitely.
They don't have 4 or 5 different variations of GPUs, and they go break down whatever. You know, their claim is, they built their PC, and then that's it. Then they talk about consoles.
Didn't why did you say his stuff was going to start changing or something like that? Because people aren't really watching this PC stuff anymore.
No, so Linus is talking about his membership. He's gonna. I think he's talking about stopping membership now because YouTube is pushing. Remember, even me and I have a dog. Like my membership is just simple. And they're constantly pushing for, like, they're always sending me links and emails about how to improve my membership opportunities. They keep mentioning, oh, you can make exclusive content. I'm like, shut the fuck up. I'm not doing that shit. Leave me alone. Like, for real. So I can't imagine the people who do it, how aggressive it is, right? And I think he talked about how the algorithm is only showing his membership stuff and not his normal free loads. So now his regular loads are not getting as much views because they're not getting the algorithm time as compared to his membership, right? So anyway, that's a different thing, right? But I think, ultimately, when you talk about PC, when you talk about PC gaming, there's really the main draw of it as a content creator, or not even main draw. The thing you have to do to be successful is really talk about the technologies, which is very expensive, right? Without connections, especially if you're starting up, it's very expensive because now you have to buy all those stuff out of your own pocket up until you start becoming like the Linus Tech Tips or, Moore's Law is Dead. Once you start getting, or Nexus Gaming Nexus, once you get into their level and you got the connection, like Sean King, you get to their connection levels, now you get those GPUs and CPUs sent to you, So now, you really could do that. But the guys we got now, they do it so they can say they're PC gaming, but they're still focusing on console topics. While you're on your PC. you know, because they look at owning a PC, and this is what's weird about them. This is what's weird about these PC gamers. They look at having a PC as some sort of accomplishment, like they did something.
For real.
And I'm like,
For real.
this is the weirdest fucking group of people. They align owning a PC as some type of accomplishment and authority, you know. And I'm like, fucking weirdos. Like, these guys are weirdos with that type of thinking, right? You know. So they go out and say shit, and they think they're in the right because I own a PC, but then you catch them saying the stupidest shit, and they're completely wrong. Which just proves, like, bro, the PC is not giving you magic abilities to be smart. It's just a Lego set or something that you purchase. It's just a product. It's you didn't earn a degree when you bought your PC. You didn't become smarter. Like, it's a stupid correlation and stuff like that, right? But again, like, you're a PC gamer, but you're still stuck on console topics, right? Or you're a PC gamer and you are upset at console gamers talking about console topics. It's the most Riri shit I ever seen in gaming. Like why are you guys here? You guys are just and then if you are gonna pick a side, who doesn't pick the winning side that was right? Like you clearly see Microsoft lied. You clearly see Microsoft say bullshit. So clearly you want to stay away from that side of the fence. Like, there's literally a warning. This side is full of bullshit. Don't enter. Like, you clearly see it. So why would you even get involved? But then when you do get involved, why would you pick the side that's full of shit in disarray? Like, what are you trying to accomplish here? You know, you really have to have some type of mental issue if you hate PlayStation fanboys that much. Like, where in a doll did a PlayStation gamer hurt you? Because it's insane. I don't know.
Crazy.
It's like it's downright insanity. You know, it just blows my mind. Like, you clearly see the nonsense, right? So being a PC gamer, at a minimum, you should be impartial and you should just look at the things for how they are. So as a PC gamer, you should look at the environment. You'd be like, all right, I may not like PlayStation fanboys, but they are right. Xbox is dog shit. Xbox going third party. Ain't nobody really being that consoles, and chances are Game Pass combined with buying ABK really put the brand in a pinch. So yeah, everything's all fucked up on Microsoft. Doesn't mean I like ponies, but I can admit when they're right. Yeah,
they're right.
Xbox is fucked.
It's crazy. Someone just brought it up in the chat. What you put on Twitter, the Xbox grifters claim PC while running to Walmart stores to check Xbox inventory. You just said that not too long ago.
Like, what the fuck? Fuck you weren't about
Inventory,
if they sell an Xbox or not.
They're
I
trying
sent
to
you
be
the link to see how
trying to be
my brother did to give me one.
Oh, did you post a timestamp
I sent
it?
you the link. I sent you the
timestamp?
link with the timestamps. Yeah.
Yeah, hell yeah.
It's
They're
at
trying to play
143.58. It's so
They're trying
bad.
to play Captain
Hell yeah.
Saber.
Let's
He said-
watch that.
He said
watch that.
Do me dirty.
he said it's so bad. What the fuck?
Yeah, didn't Dirk just say he won't talk shit on nobody or some bullshit like that?
Wait, hold on.
You don't ever believe anything those guys say.
I want to say, by the way, what I said was, can I join? Okay, for this reaction.
All right, let's see.
This is
Cool.
This is not the console war we
crazy,
got
bro.
into when we started this.
Emmanuel, what the
Somebody
fuck?
black.
Hold
Somebody
on,
black that dude.
hold on. Emmanuel, get the fuck out of here, man. No, you can't join me. Do you know what I do over here? I don't fuck with ponies. I don't want to talk to you. I don't care. No. You didn't come over here 2 years ago when you was crying about the ABK deal, did you? Or you want to come talk since Xbox is in quote unquote a bad position? Get the fuck out of here, man. You ain't welcome over here.
Damn.
You know the fuck we do over here? You are a pony. Fuck out of here, man.
Is that the real him though?
Yeah.
Why do they think we're crying about
What about
APK deal?
exclusivity? My panel is exclusive. Bots.
Yeah, we still play all the ABK games.
Hey, let's
yeah.
lighten up this podcast, man. Let's lighten up this podcast, man.
Yeah.
You said what did you?
But I had to get that off our chest, bro.
Yeah, man.
Because
Yo, do you know what the fucked up part is for the
saying,
one?
yo, they
I
laughing
did try
at
to
you.
join 2 years ago. I did. They wouldn't have me.
They're like,
Damn.
like,
Yo.
That's funny. He said his panel is exclusive, but not your fucking games, guy.
oh,
Damn, that shit is wild.
Show me
What
on the
did I do
ball
to
where they
deserve that?
touched you.
Hold on. Let me say this. See, unlike Weebly Green, I invite all the bots. Bring the fucking pain. Take all of your on. I'll be in here, but I'll kick out this whole panel right now and replace this entire panel here with you guys. I will kick. Hey, even these guys. If you tell me, oh, you'll go, but they all gotta go, I'll be like, chill, Will, Extreme. Thank you, but I gotta boot you guys. I'm ready to
I'll be
rumble.
like,
It's all good, man.
We
understand.
we ain't
Yep.
shook here.
do your thing.
We ain't shook here in this house.
You ain't
Come, we invite you. I invited some of you. Y'all too scared to come. I invite you to come. Talk your shit. When the motherfuckers in front of your face. You think I'm scared? Come. All of you.
Hell no.
Bring your crew too. I'll let you take the mic home with you.
Oh, you can take the mic home with you.
Bro.
And you
I'm just
about to
putting it out
shove that
there.
mic up there and then let him take it.
I'm just putting it out there. Oh man, damn, did you do
P-Rock will
dirty,
cook
bro?
'em.
Whoa,
All right,
don't
let's
do me dirty. That's crazy.
Damn, he took that personal. Like you can see, like listen,
He did.
his head,
Look at
his
his face,
head
bro.
started,
Look
head
at
started
him.
glistening. Like holy shit, the sweat was coming down, bro. Like oh shit. All right, let's see what else he says.
You think I give a fuck, bro? Like, you think I care? Come on, man. Well, all those people are POSs of the week.
Oh shit, piece of shit of the week.
Piece of shit of the week.
They have a piece of shit of the week. Oh man,
This was POS
Hey,
of the
Glenzer
week.
just said he's hurt, Griggity.
That was POS of the week, bro.
That was a long ass.
Let me get these supers, y'all. Tip
oh,
Diamond, member for 38 months.
Shit, bro. Yo, I could feel the pain, bro. Like, bro, like, yo, Griggity, you, listen. I guarantee if you see a psychologist or psychiatrist, they're gonna tell you your anger is not the ponies. Ponies are not doing this to yourself. Now listen, Griggity, Dirk, listen. You cannot blame PlayStation Nation for this. It's Microsoft. They're the source of your problem. They always been the source of your problem. They're not doing what you wanted, and instead of going after them for failing to achieve what you want out of them, you're taking it out on us. You know what I'm saying? What did we do? We're not the decision makers. We're not in Redmond, Washington. We're not the ones. We just we call balls and strikes. That's it. That's all we do.
Your mic.
It's getting crazy?
Yeah, even the chat saying it too.
Yeah, it was static a little bit. Just a
That
little
move.
bit.
It's probably you moving it earlier and about to hand it over.
Yeah.
Yeah, I handed the mic with you.
Yeah, knowing P-Rock, man, he's gonna shove that mic up somebody's.
Yeah, I was waiting for Extreme to say some shit. I'm glad you stood quiet.
Yo.
Don't say
Yo,
nothing. Don't say a goddamn thing. Nothing. Nothing. All right. Listen.
Yo, listen,
nothing.
I'm not involved.
Don't make me go Dark Brigitte on you. Don't make me.
Listen, I'm hurt. I'm hurt. Like Kid Smith. I'm hurt.
Oh, the kid's smooth,
Yo,
bro. That was
It
the funniest
is wild,
video
bro.
ever. That man was
Yo,
talking
listen.
so much shit, and I was just laughing my ass off that whole video.
Listen, man. Listen. I will say this.
Let me do some super chats,
Later
and then
on, he
we're gonna
goes
let it
on.
off
Hold
your
on.
shelf.
So later on, he goes on to say, "I would never attack anyone personally." And
After
I'm like,
it's too
bitch,
late.
Yeah, after he goes on for like the
After
next
he
2 minutes.
accosted you.
Yeah. And
Now he
said,
wants to
"I
find
thought you
Jesus."
attacked me."
Now he wants to fight. Now he wants to find Jesus after he accosted you.
By the way, if you look at that segment, it's called the worst of Team Dog. So I'm like, what do you mean? How does this not compute? You were literally versing someone else who wasn't present, which I see as an attack. And then when I come in, did you see the sheer negativity? I mean, it will make my grandmother sad. It's terrible.
Oh, man.
It's terrible.
Damn.
I know.
All right. Here you go. Chill Will, member for 2 months. Appreciate it, brother. Says hit that like. Happy birthday to the Platinum King. Absolutely.
Dessert. Thank you, Chill Will.
All right.
Sean the partner.
We got Spice. We got Spice the Saint. $5 super chat. You cannot live with your own failure. And where did that bring you? Back to me. PC gamers to Xbox gamers. Oh, snap. Quote unquote in Thanos. That's hilarious. We got Glenzer. PR77 could charge pay-per-view for M debating Death Singer. Oh man, that would be glorious. That
What
would
a
be
waste of
glorious.
time that would be. Jesus
Oh
Christ.
man, and the Animaniac '89 Elite Trolling Power Supply War is hilarious.
Yeah. I
Oh,
like that
man.
one. Yeah, why aren't they talking about like input on Twitter? Why are they not talking about FSR4 versus DLSS
yep.
or I don't or mother
Yo, there's so
MSI
many
motherboard
things.
versus Asus? Yeah, there's a
Yeah,
shit ton of things they could be talking about.
motherboards. We could be
Yeah,
talking about motherboards.
motherboards, computer monitors, different
SSD versus hard drive. There's
yeah,
so
They-
much.
Yeah, because they might end up stepping on their own toes.
Yeah, but I think like Puerto Rock is saying, I don't they're to me they're so stupid they would sell their car to get gas money. They went out
Mm.
every time Sony releases a game, they start bitching. I mean it's like clockwork. And this time it's Ghost of Yote. They're seeing those big beautiful screenshots of Ghost of Yote, and they're like, all I got is banana. All I got, they're not even, all they're doing is benchmarking Cyberpunk. They're still benchmarking Cyberpunk. So it's just
That's
like,
crazy.
yeah, they are. They are still, as soon as they get a GPU, I got to go benchmark Cyberpunk. So, and that, it's just, that's the way they are. Like I said, they're the dumbest people. They spent $3,000 for a card. They got nothing to play on it. Nothing. And then they said, well, I got a backlog. Oh, okay, whatever, man. Just like I said, it's dumb. But according to the Xbox community, they're out there playing Captain Save-A-Ho to that damn console at this point.
Basically.
I mean, that's what they're doing. That's what they're doing. So
Right.
it is what it is.
Right.
That's
Hey,
what
Sean,
they're doing.
to round it off for Sean, I'm gonna round it off. I want your thoughts, and you can express it's pretty much, like I was saying before. It seems like the hardcore is slowly now accepting the future of PC. But what do you think from your perspective? How do you think the console gamers who primarily play on Xbox, how they're gonna react to this? You think they also will kind of shift, or do you think they'll be pissed off? And be like, oh, hell nah. Y'all trying to make me a PC gamer when that's not what I'm asking for? What do you think? What's your perspective?
I think they're gonna jump ship, man. Cause what I feel, cause the way it's going right now, they're gonna either have to go to PC or they're gonna have to go to PlayStation. So, or even Nintendo Switch. I mean, it could be Nintendo Switch too, but I highly doubt they're gonna say Nintendo unless you just like a hardcore Nintendo fanboy. But yeah, what I feel like they're gonna jump ship. Like soon as the writing's on the wall, like you said, like I piggyback from where y'all said, I think they're gonna jump ship after this. Like I think this is the farewell tour for console or Xbox.
The farewell tour.
Yeah.
I know a couple people that are ready to jump ship on
Really?
Xbox to
Yeah.
PlayStation.
They're just done.
Yeah,
They're already tired.
Like I have a homeboy that got a Series S at the beginning of the generation. He has nothing to hold him to the platform because there's no
Game Pass.
can't put no games in it. It's just Game Pass, yeah. And he said once they hiked it to $30, he was out.
Well,
And I was like,
that's
well,
you know,
you can get a PS5, bro.
that's a
like
good point.
all your games coming forward are going to PlayStation.
That's a good point. Some of these Xbox console gamers don't have a library if they started on Xbox Series X. Like if they didn't buy a 360, right? And let's say they didn't really fuck with the Xbox One. And they're like, you know what? A $200, $250 Xbox, $300 Xbox, the few that did buy it at the low prices, and they just jumped on Game Pass. They don't have anything that tethers them to the ecosystem because they didn't buy anything. They just paid $30. Maybe a game or here or do, like a Call of Duty game here or a Madden game. But Madden doesn't tether anybody because it's an annual thing. People get rid of it.
Coming out.
Yeah. So no one really gets tethered with games that get released annually. So for the most part, some of these gamers don't have a library to really worry about. It's primarily been Game Pass. And they could just easily leave the Xbox ecosystem because there's nothing there that tethers them
And Fortnite
to stay.
And Fortnite too.
And Fortnite, you could just move on to another platform. Fortnite,
Yeah, that's free anyways.
Yeah, you move on to another platform.
They just
Anyway.
play Fortnite anyway.
That's a good point. Game Pass really set the stage for them to not be tethered to their library. It's not the same for PlayStation, especially if you bought a PS4. Even if you started with the PS4, a lot of dudes bought a lot of PS4 games. A lot. So that library, and I know, I know we talked about with the whole Phil Spencer, and we said about people willing to leave. I think that's an old idea that we are used to. I think this generation, they're like, nah, I'm not leaving my 100, 200 games. I don't think that mindset is as prevalent as it used to be. I think because, and the reason why I remember Hunter, the Twitter account, he talked about, are you ready to buy a PlayStation 6? And a lot of people say, hell yeah, hell yeah, hell yeah. I just made a comment like, how are you guys saying yes to something that doesn't even exist? Like, we don't know anything about it yet. And you guys are instantly saying yes. And like the majority answer is like, oh, wow, you expect me to leave PlayStation given that I have this huge library of PS4 and PS5 games? I ain't leaving. And I'm like,
Think
I
about
think
it.
now,
Sean
I
has
think the
4,000
gamers,
plus
I think
games.
I think the gamers now, their number one thing is you're gonna have to really fuck up in order for me to choose another platform, simply
Right.
because of the investment they did on their software
I
library.
mean, just one thing to remember there is that these are the people that are like us, that are the people that have a library. Again, the majority of people, real casual gamers, they buy 2 games a year, and those games
True.
are most
Yeah.
likely going to be multiplayer titles, right? And those multiplayer titles have a shelf life, right? No one's going back to play FIFA 14. That doesn't
Yeah.
happen. I have those people as friends, right? I have a friend
Yeah.
of mine who's got a PlayStation 5, and he got the PlayStation 5 because he wanted to play FIFA better with his friends. And then every year he plays 2 games. He plays FIFA and he plays Sniper. Okay? Now Sniper getting his
Sniper.
console, like Sniper
It's
4 or
like
something.
Elite.
Oh,
He
what
play, he plays
Sniper
that like
Elite?
once every like
Mhm.
7 months or something, and that's it. But every year,
FIFA
new
and
FIFA
Sniper
drops,
Elite.
he buys it. So for him, it's like, what
Like,
difference would it be
you
to
gotta
get
buy him
a modern
Horizon.
console?
Just buy it for him. He'd be like, here,
No, no, here's the thing. He's
just buy
got
it for him.
PlayStation Plus Extra. No, he's got PlayStation Plus Extra, yeah. So he has access to it. And I'm like, play these games. He's like, yeah, I'll try. And then he never does. Because every night, guess what he's doing? He's squatting up
It's
in
FIFA.
freaking FIFA
It's a
with his
football
friends.
club.
And so the thing is, it's not just him, but it's like all other, I think there's like 8 of them that play FIFA religiously every night. So again, this is the majority of the experience. Like, yes, on Twitter, when you are having people that follow the news and everything, these are people with hundreds of games, dozens of games, for some of them, even thousands of games, right? So yeah, of course, to them, it's like, yo, listen, I've invested too much in this platform. Why the hell would I move away? Especially because I'm sorry, but as a PlayStation fan, it kind of makes sense that you trust that the next platform is going to be decent. So
Right.
that kind of makes sense. But when you talk about the majority of people, Phil Spencer argument was stupid because again, you're not trying to sell to PlayStation fans. You're not trying to sell to people who have a library of 200 games on PlayStation and be like, hey, come buy an Xbox. No, you're trying to sell to the person who either has a very small library they don't care about anyway on PlayStation, or to the
Mhm.
They did
person
with the
who just
360.
is completely open, and just like, oh, well, let me get into gaming for the first time. You know, again, there are, what is it, 40% of accounts on PlayStation are new.
Are
So
new.
that means that there's plenty of people that
That
for them
switched.
this could be the first console. This could be a console that they haven't played. They skipped the entire last generation. Again, I know of people that skipped the entire last generation. They went from PS3, PS4. They didn't do anything with gaming, and then they're like, okay, let me get PS5. Okay, just because
Mhm.
they're coming back into it, and at that point they're completely platform agnostic. If there was a compelling reason to have an Xbox, they may consider it. But it is what it is. At the end of the day, the truth is that uh these executives, they know all of this data, but they also know how to manipulate it in order to make you think something that isn't true. The
Right.
idea that Xbox lost because people built up the digital library is only true for like maybe 10% of the addressable market. For the other 90%, you lost because you had the shared product and you had a bad value proposition to these
Yeah,
people.
shit
That's
software.
basically it. And it's like, again, that's it. I've often said that if Xbox wanted to be successful, then they should have addressed markets in areas where PlayStation isn't a brand name. Again, there are plenty of places around the world with like millions, if not billions, of people where PlayStation isn't a household name. You take a look at what is it, China, right? And they have PCs there. So I guess technically they use Microsoft or something. So it's like if you wanted to lean in this whole console PC thing, I would actually have done that specifically for the Chinese market. Like if you
Mhm.
could find a way to make Windows more like a console, I would have started over there and seeing if it appeals to the people who are already so PC centric, you know? And if it does, then maybe export that idea to the rest of the world. And that's another thing. Like, for example, over here we have McDonald's, which we call Macca's, right? So obviously you guys have McDonald's as well. We
Really?
call it Macca's over here,
I
right?
did not know that.
But the thing
I
is,
ain't know
our
that either.
McDonald's over here in Australia, we are kind of like the experimental center for McDonald's as a worldwide corporation. They will often trial our products over here in the Australian market before then, if they are successful, shipping them out to other regions around the world, right? It has
Ah,
happened, so we are kind of like the test laboratory, you know. So basically, if you're like, hey, you see like a new bundle at Macca's, and you're like, oh my god, I like this. Thank your Australian friends, because we are the ones that did the R&D for you. But again,
ah.
for a multi-billion dollar corporation, for a corporation that is across so many territories, it does make sense to trial different avenues in smaller markets or in markets where you do not stand to lose too much, just to see if there is an appeal there. And then if that is successful, then you can scale it up to, more of your global efforts. So I don't know. Just ideas I'm throwing out there because let's face it, all of these ideas are better than what freaking Sarah Bond is going to sell you in a year or two. So it is what it is.
Hey, real quick, where did the $1,200 price point come from? There's no fucking way that shit's gonna be 1,200. No
I think
fucking
that
way.
people are just making it up.
Kepler. No. So Kepler is the AMD leak. He don't do console. He does AMD. He talks about AMD
There's no
technology.
fucking way that shit's gonna be 1,200.
So-
Fuck no.
Based on the info of what Microsoft is putting together and what PlayStation is putting together, he's just saying, first glance, around 1,200 to 600, based on the info he's getting. But again, this is not a console specific content creator. He just talks about AMD technology, their CPUs, their GPUs, AI, all that stuff. So he's a good source for AMD stuff.
Okay.
Now,
Okay.
these products, he's getting some information on what Xbox is doing and whatever doing. Now, here's the thing. It's not that far-fetched. Here's the problem, and I'm seeing this conversation. People are still looking at the next Xbox as a console. If you stop looking at it as a console and look at it for what it is, a PC, is it really strange that they're trying to sell a PC for $1,200? When you look at pre-built PCs, some of them are $2,400. Some of them are $2,000. So that's right in line. So you got to look. So people got to start looking at HP Omen. They got to start look at Alienware. Look at those products. That's your next Xbox. And look at those prices. You're not getting a $600 pre-built PC. $700 pre-PC. Microsoft's not doing that no more because then that would encourage, selling stuff at a loss. They're not doing that no more. They're gonna sell devices for profit right off the gate, and it's not gonna have custom windows or stripped down windows. It's the same Windows, it's Windows. So when you look at the products in line, it's just pre-built PCs that they're just gonna slap the Xbox brand behind it. So yeah, it's 100, and that's probably gonna be like a low end model.
Mm-hmm. That sounds about right.
And
I
there's no
wouldn't doubt.
fucking way that's gonna
What
have
do
a
you
disk drive either. That's a fucking
No,
lie.
it's not gonna have a disk drive. Yeah, it's
Fuck
PC.
no.
Not doing that shit.
It's gonna be a
Not doing
niche
that
market too. It's gonna definitely be a niche
It
market.
probably will definitely be a niche market, right? It's a PC gaming and stuff like that.
Like,
You know?
I heard the fully backwards compatible thing, and I was like, "There's no fucking way I'll be able to
Nah.
put a copy of a 360 game in that shit. There's no fucking
So-
way. I can't even do that now."
So my only guess is they're gonna try to add emulation software
right,
that can emulate the games that they
like
got
a
now,
PC.
like a PC, right? Now here's the problem: it's not gonna be 100%. I could tell you that right now, because some of the games, the third-party games, you're not gonna be able to convince the owner of those games, the property owners, the publishers,
Right.
to allow them to emulate legally, because the owner
Right.
says no, those games are available on PC. If those consumers want to play it, they need to buy it on PC, right? So I could see Microsoft being able to do their
With
own
their
titles
games.
that they own with
Yes.
their games, backwards compatible through software emulation, and get it running on PC. But the third party games are going to be a lot harder because of licensing deals, and even some games with licensing they're not going to be able to do, right? So it's not going to be 100% across the board. It's going to be primarily their first party games they'll probably be able to emulate on PC and Windows. and whoever third party they can convince. But I doubt it because third parties has the games on Steam. Just buy it for $5, $6 on Steam. Why are they gonna let you have a free copy on PC? They rather just let you, if you really want the game, pay the $5, $6, $7, depending how old the game is. They're not gonna let you. That's the reason why they weren't part of Play Anywhere in the begin with, because they don't want to give you a free copy.
Well said.
You know?
Right.
So that's what I could see is going on, right? But all of that is wrapped in PC gaming. It's not console gaming, right? So you're gonna go through all the headaches and all that stuff, and people say, "Oh, it's gonna give you the console-like experience." The OS, like the console-like experience, has a slimmed down OS specifically for console, and that's what makes it easy. You don't have to deal with any of the headaches, all that stuff. Windows, at best, is just gonna be an overlay that has, console-centric UI, but you're still gonna go through all the problems and stuff like that.
Yep.
And a lot of gamers just want to avoid that. A lot of gamers don't want that Windows. And then an entry point of $1,200. Oh yeah.
No.
I mean, look at the PS5 Pro. That's $700, $750, and console gamers don't even want that. You think they're gonna double the price?
Yeah, I
For
like.
a
You think
higher
a
machine?
Series
That's
S
not a
owner is
thing.
gonna fucking go from a $250
I absolutely
machine?
expect my machine to do more than just playing games. So, like,
Mhm.
like when I had an Alienware laptop, it ran Photoshop very well. It ran Premiere very well. So I was able to do all sorts of other stuff and staying productive, right? So, but nah,
But you're
nah,
getting your
1200
bang for the buck. You're getting the bang for your
Yeah.
buck to do
like I'm
all that
using it
stuff.
more than just one of my leisure time, right? So which yeah. But I don't know. I also like say for example when I'm traveling, whatever, I'm waiting for the plane. I also find other things to do. Maybe because I have too many hobbies. So gaming is not something that I turn to whenever So portable gaming is actually not too appealing to me. Although my Portal, I did try my Portal while I was at work one day. It's hilarious. I bring it out, and my coworker's like, "What are you doing?" I'm like, "It's my break. Don't worry about it." Right, so, so yeah,
It's my 15-minute break. Shut up.
I know. Yeah, but what
Yeah.
what I
I
did
would-
have to do
go
the
ahead.
the challenge for Portal is you have to preset your output on your PS5 to be at 1080p in order for it to stream well. So
Really?
the
I
native
did not know that.
yeah, so it doesn't give you like any sorts of line or jagged edges when you're
Mhm.
so yeah. But not too many people talk about that. But
Huh.
anyway,
I didn't know that either.
Really?
yeah.
How if you have it
I
set
didn't
on
know that.
auto though? Even if you have it set on auto?
I don't know. Maybe this is a while ago, so maybe they did put the update. So like it's just I would set my native output resolution on my console to be 1080p so that it would directly matches the
Okay,
one
I
on
see.
Portal.
Portal,
Yeah,
yeah.
so also probably ease up the bandwidth because they don't have to push as much resolution as far as
Right.
network goes. Yeah,
Yeah,
it'll
I've
look
never
nicer.
messed around with that setting. But what I will say though about this whole $1,200 price is that it is hard to come up with a PC for an equivalent price that will have an equivalent performance, right? Like we've seen this, the
PS5 Pro.
mythical $700 PC that could beat the PS5 Pro somehow has never materialized. Unless people are like, well, listen, I got a free 5090 for my brother, and I got a free motherboard for my dad, and like together with the free RAM that I got by stealing it from the store. Yeah, I was able to make it $700. Aside from that, they found it really challenging to do. So I think that the $1,200 price is actually on the low end. That's actually cheap. If
Yeah.
she's talking about this, because here's the thing: people don't understand how much resources Windows hogs. And the way that I discovered it myself is that I put together my PCs myself, right? And I built together. I think I put about 4 PCs together in my life. And when you get a part that is genuinely hardware spec, right? Genuinely twice the performance, right? Like double pretty much everything. Because that's usually the way that I like to do it. If I upgrade a part, I like to go, at least up by 2. And then you run the actual tests, and then whether that's Cinebench or another synthetic test if you want to, or even you go into a game and you test it, or you go like, for example, I also use like Photoshop and Lightroom and other products of Adobe, which absolutely hate Adobe. freaking annoying company. But anyways, that's not neither here nor there. But anyways, you do the A/B testing, and then you realize you're only getting 20 or 30% better. So what that told me a long time ago is that Windows is the issue. I cannot be putting a part with twice the hardware power, usually that's even conservative, but then I only get like 30% better performance. Where is that 70% jump gone, And it can't just be like, oh, the program isn't optimized and everything, because these are programs that have been running for ages. A lot of these things are synthetic benchmarks, which are supposed to test out your hardware as hard as possible, because that's what they do. They're there to run synthetically, right? So you do that, you get double the performance, in terms of the hardware that you put in, but then you only get like 30 or 40% better result in terms of the actual output that you receive at the end of the day. Where is the rest gone? Well, it's gone into the Windows. And that's how I realized how inefficient Windows was. And I was like, this fucking operating system is stealing like 30 to 40% genuinely of the performance from all of the parts that I have in my computer. Which is why I say PC gaming is miserable, because you have to like overspend, right, in order to get that performance that you're looking for. And then when I compared my rig, that cost me a lot of money, to something even like a Mac Mini, and I was seeing what they were getting on a on a freaking, like, just a Photoshop or a Premiere one or Final Cut Pro or whatever. And I was looking, and then this tiny little cube was getting as much performance as my big rig that takes lots of space, costs lots of electricity, and it's like, I'm just like, yo, that's insane. And so it doesn't surprise me, because the person did a test recently. They got the ROG Xbox Ally X, right? And then they put Linux on it, and they saw a 30% performance improvement. And again, this is from Linux that typically games are not even made for. But just removing Windows, despite the fact that you have to run like a Proton layer on top of it, that still gave you a 30% improvement in frame rate and performance in your games. I've seen, for example, a lot of person did a comparison between like the ROG Xbox Ally, just the base version, the white one, and he compared it to the Steam Deck, and the Steam Deck was beating it in almost every single game. Again, because Windows is a piece of shit. So here's what Microsoft is going to have to do. Let's say that they want to come up with something as powerful as, the PS6, which would be better than the PS5 Pro, right? It has to be. So they are going to have to compete with, let's say, a $500 box, but they need to put in at least twice the amount of parts in there, at least twice the hardware power, just to get over the hurdle of Windows. And one thing that I will say, I talked before about, these people should have trialed, the whole console PC thing in the Chinese market or something. One key thing that they should have done, and we talked about this before, Poto, you remember years and years ago, I said that if Xbox was to create a handheld, the number one thing they must not do is use Windows. I literally said they need to use a scaled down or scaled up, whatever version of the Xbox operating system, because that will be its real selling point and its real advantage over other PC handhelds, that they will have the streamed down version of Windows. Microsoft needs to create, don't start from Windows and then try to like somehow metamorphosize it into something that will give you console-like experience. No, it's better for you if you have to create a hybrid, start from the Xbox operating system and then try to give it additional capabilities here and there so that it can give you more of a PC-like setup. If you had to do a hybrid thing, don't start from Windows and try to go back down. Start from Xbox and try to add features to it, because then at least you won't be starting with a lot of this extra bloat that Windows just has innately. I mean, listen, people, you've got Windows 11, dig down deep enough, you can still see the Windows XP like settings tabs and graphic UI in there. It's still there. You are literally carrying every previous. Windows is like one of those things where the person is just carrying all of the corpses from the dead family members, and I just trying to walk across the desert because you're still carrying all of the garbage. You didn't like Windows Vista? Guess what? Windows Vista is still in there. Like, that's the problem with Windows. It's got way too much bloat.
They're not willing to. They're not leaving anybody from the old days behind. I think that's
because they care about enterprise. You know,
Yeah.
because the truth is that they don't make money on us. They don't. Windows doesn't make money on consumers. It makes money on enterprises and governments and everything like that.
Yes.
So they don't want to risk anything that's going to potentially cause trouble to anyone. That's why I always say that what they should do is they should just keep this Windows line going for enterprises, but then they should just come up with a brand new version of Windows that is just can drop all the way all that support and make that a consumer focused approach. You know,
Right.
and people
Like-
are like, oh, they have Windows for
like-
Enterprise already, but Windows for Enterprise is just a more expanded version of what we have. It's not a, you know, it's not a different thing altogether. But yeah, go ahead.
Or even if they want to do just the gaming route, these Windows, these gaming PCs, why don't they just install and make sure the consumer knows these are gaming PCs, so they strip the Windows to the core essentials for gaming. So
Right.
it's not really about. It's
because
not really about.
Windows isn't malleable like that.
Yeah.
They never
it's not-
want Windows to
yeah.
be that malleable. You can't just remove components without breaking everything. They will have to start from scratch. And by the way, Microsoft is never going to do that. They're not going to do it for Xbox, certainly. They're not going to come up with a brand new version of Windows to make gaming on your handheld better. No. But they should absolutely do it. They should come up with like a brand new Windows Home version.
Well,
and
think about
Yeah.
industry wise, because it wouldn't be just for their own hardware. It would be for every hardware.
but why would they
PC
do that? They
maker.
don't make money on it.
No, you have to buy the OS. So like they create a Windows specific gaming OS, and now Dell will be buying that for their Alienware brands instead of the normal.
I
Windows.
think they can tweak from the Xbox
You know,
OS.
you know what I'm saying? So HP, Asus, Lenovo for their specific because like Dell's
For
a
the
perfect
specific
example.
gaming
For the
hardware.
portables.
Oh,
For the portables,
and their laptops, right? Because like Dell has their productivity, enterprise, consumer level laptops and desktops, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's gonna have regular Windows, but they have the ownership rights to Alienware, which is their gaming brand. So their gaming brand sector will be loaded with this Windows gaming OS,
Yeah.
which is different than their business productivity or
So
normal
wait, if
consumer.
I buy that Alienware with what you're saying, can I have Teams on it and Zoom on it? And
No,
everything?
no Teams under that is stripped. This is
Okay.
gaming. You ain't getting on that.
Okay.
Not even a calculator. Sorry, brother.
Yeah. All right, okay.
Not even a calendar.
basically-
Listen, be
basically
lucky.
a-
Be lucky if we
a
install a
super
clock.
powerful Xbox.
Be lucky if you get a clock.
If you have a clock, you should.
On
you
that
should- It needs a
motherfucker.
clock.
Be like,
It
Be like,
needs a
listen,
clock or it's gonna
you know,
crash.
like, listen, if you let's say, like, if I was there, right, and I'm consumer support, and be like, listen, I bought this Alienware, and you motherfuckers can't even install a clock. I'd be like, hey, how are you contacting me right now? I'm on my phone. That has a clock, bitch. Shut the fuck up. Hang up. That would be my answer, bitch. You're on a clock. Get the fuck out. Click. Y'all want maximum extreme gaming? This is how we get there.
Otherwise would be like, so you don't have a clock, but how come you're still wasting my time?
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. That would be me. I'd be like, how are you
man.
contacting me on right now? Or I'm on my smartphone. Yeah, last I checked, that has a clock. So stop crying. You know, maybe
like-
they know,
it's like
and they
my-
will make money because now they're selling a separate OS for all these, Starforge PC, all these PC handhelds. They're buying that to make their product look better because now their products don't have the bloat. They're more efficient. They're faster. They're stripped down.
Well,
But
basically
then
what
knowing
you're saying is you make a
gamers,
big Xbox.
oh, I can't go on Teams. Oh, you motherfuckers. Then they'll start
Hey, go,
complaining.
hop on, fam.
The thing is, what you just said is make a big Xbox.
Yeah, make an Xbox.
Yeah.
Make an actual Xbox.
Yeah. That's what that is.
You know?
It's a custom OS, right? With custom parts.
I mean, that's what
but
I
I
said
don't know.
before.
They don't
If
want to
they're
do that
going
because
do
it
this
costs
gaming,
money.
They just
if they're going to make this console
Fucking
PC
bastards.
thing, don't start from Windows and scale down. Start from Xbox and scale up.
scale up.
You know,
Okay.
So then that will be the
You're
thing.
right.
That's what I'm saying. You know,
P-Rock, Ghost is in the chat. He said, see what he put on Twitter.
What he says?
I'm
P-Rock,
curious.
watch.
I'm
I'm
curious.
about to throw a match
Ghost,
in a
hop
gas
on,
can.
fam.
Look what I said on Twitter. Okay. Let me
send
see.
the link, Ghost. We send links over here.
Okay,
Send the
listen.
fucking link.
Because let me see.
Because Polo can't look up things for shit.
'Cause-
The other day he was
Yeah, I
tweeting
don't.
to look up something.
No, I don't know. I don't.
Oh, it's
He
fucked
doesn't.
up.
Yeah, P-Rock doesn't use the clock either. So
No, that's it. I don't. I'll just be like, lick my finger. Like, brother, I can't even find your Twitter account, so you need to send me the link. I'm just terrible at this.
Hey, Ghost, did you add me on
wait here until put on fans out there, this would be an 8-hour podcast the way I wanted, you know?
Hey, Ghost, did you add me on PSN? Is that
Okay,
who you were?
Ghost.
'Cause I
Oh,
saw that
he threw me
somebody
off
added
because he
me
has
on
the
PSN.
Master Chief. He has the Master Chief PFP, so that threw me off. All right, so what you put 2 minutes? He said, all right, is it Microsoft looked at some of you all gaming habits and achievements and lacked completion ratios? Okay, is this it? Is this the gas? Is this what you're trying to do? It says right here, Microsoft looked at some of your all's gaming habits and achievements and lack of completion ratios, and there's data said we got to pivot and compete with TikTok for attention spans. And that's a good segue. That is a good segue.
That is a great segue
into the topic I actually was going to talk about. So
Do you want to get some super chat first?
So you know what? Yeah, that's a good thing. Thank you. So we're gonna kick off with Glinzer. Shout out to Glinzer. Says happy 25th anniversary PlayStation 2. Got mine day one with SSX, Time Splitter, and a memory card. Franchises of that gen that need a comeback: Dark Cloud, The Getaway, Manhunt, The Suffering, and War of the Monsters. Oh, he's naming some old school stuff. Manhunt would be dope, I think.
Day one for me was,
and that would have crazy multiplayer. I mean, I hate to say it, but I think Manhunt type game would be crazy in today's live service model.
Yeah, they would probably make it like Dead by Daylight.
Yeah, something similar. That would be insane. Good shit. Thank you for the super chat. So this is the first look. So next topic. We got Xbox Matt Booty, and he explains, PlayStation and Nintendo's not really the competitor for Xbox. All right, I'm gonna show you who, to you guys and the chat, who Microsoft is really concerned about. This is who they're really concerned about, and they are concerned about
TikTok.
This. So this is what they're worried about. They're worried about people paying more attention to this than gaming. Okay. So now you know that's where the real war is at. The real war is against that, apparently. All right.
TikTok? Oh my god.
X3's face. He's like, what the fuck is we
She
talking
was more
about?
comparing the Xbox exclusives for the last 5 years, so I get it. I was invested. There was a whole emotional arc going on there. The graphics were great. The motion capture that was on point. No voice acting, so it's a bit like Nintendo, but at least the music was good. So, anyways, I can understand.
Really don't have voice acting. That's crazy.
Yeah, no, yeah. It's what it is, man.
So it says right here, I'll read a quick. Xbox's biggest competition isn't another console, but TikTok and movies, claims executive. Matt Booty, the president of Xbox Games Content Studios, discussed the gaming division's multi-platform strategy in an interview with the New York Times, published to coincide with news that Xbox's historical flagship franchise, Halo, is coming to PlayStation for the first time. Commenting on the decision, Booty claimed consumers no longer have a strong attachment to the devices they use to play games. Interesting comment. We are all seeking to meet people where they are, he said. Our biggest competition isn't another console. We are competing more and more with everything from TikTok to movies. And then he mentioned some other stuff. So I'm going to start off with this. And I think, what's his name? Former Sony employee. I think they pulled up an article from a year ago, and he made some same sentiments about screen time. Sean Layden, yeah. There you go. Thank you.
Yeah, the difference is, though, Sean Layden wasn't working for PlayStation when he said that shit. What the fuck? That's like, all right, go ahead.
Yeah, but I mean, even if he doesn't work for PlayStation, he still sees in gaming in general, regardless of what platform you own, that's a competition. Here's the thing where I see. Okay,
he's not wrong. Yeah.
You think so? In fact, you know what? You know what? Before I open my mouth and say some stupid shit, Henry, can you elaborate? Because maybe I'm
I
seeing
think
it wrong.
generally speaking, the attention span does cross, right? For example, when I say, like I said, when I'm waiting for my flight, I'm not there playing video games, right? So even I don't have a portable device. I didn't, because some people will, right? I will be like browsing Twitter, watching what you're writing, and reading maybe a book on my Kindle and stuff like that, or look at a comic book that's on my iPad, or draw because I freaking decided to. The fact that I became an artist and I make no money, so I have to take freelance work off when I'm not working. So I do in that general aspect, I think it is true. However, right? So I think I don't think he's right. I think Microsoft is pivoting because they failed at fighting within the video game market, so they go, okay, let's go fight a different
It's an
war.
excuse. Let's go fight TikTok. Yeah, good luck with that one, buddy.
So yeah, but
Sounds like an excuse to go back to TV.
But I think maybe Microsoft-wise, it's whether I'm playing a game that's made by King, Activision, like a mobile game, versus browsing something on TikTok where I'm doing shopping there, right? So, I don't think video games. So I for example, when I play video games, I'll have some background noise. It could be YouTube, it could be Netflix, it could be I don't know, TikTok, but I don't use TikTok, so. It's something that I can do concurrently. I don't feel in that case. I don't feel like they're directly competing with each other, but like more like a complement. Yeah, like a streaming service or something like that. I don't have an answer. I don't think. I think fighting for attention span is true in that respect. That the way Sean Layden said it, that if you make a good product, you will yank people away. I'm going to put down whatever that I'm watching over there. I want to concentrate on this video game. So whatever is the background noise, it's the background noise. Yeah.
Okay. Extreme, are you? What's your
where
line?
we make the host wait. Let me tell you exactly why this man is wrong. Okay, not Henry, but who was his name? Who was talking?
Matt Booty.
The quote? Matt Booty.
Matt
Let me tell you why
Matt
he's wrong.
Booty.
So here's the thing. You can misconstrue things if you know the right words to use, right? So what he's basically saying is people have time and they can use that time to either be on TikTok or on Xbox. But here's the thing that's disingenuous about that argument. Time is not equal, right? 5 minutes that I have in one particular scenario are not the same as 5 minutes that I have in another. For example, let's say Henry's example, when he's traveling, right? Let's say that he has like 45 minutes to wait for his next flight or whatever it is, right? That is not the same kind of 5 minutes or 45 minutes as when he's just at home chilling, right? So here's the thing. An Xbox or a console-like experience or just a gaming experience, whether you do it on PC or whatever, that is a completely different kind of mindset, mood, and scenario as when you're just like, you're literally on the toilet, taking a dump, and you're on TikTok scrolling, right? This idea that, because a person is choosing to spend time on this particular thing means that, somehow we're in competition with them is disingenuous. That's a bit like saying that, you know what? Our real competition as PlayStation are people making their beds because it takes 20 minutes and they could have been playing God of War with that. And it's like, well, no, you spend 20 minutes on a chore, but that doesn't mean you're competing with bed sheets, okay? That is not the same. just the mere fact that people can use up the time to do something other than your particular platform, that doesn't make it your competition. What he should be looking at is, okay, when people have an equivalent scenario, right? A person has 3 hours at the end of the day and they want to chill, relax, and escape, have some escapism. What do they turn to? Well, in that case, you have movies, right? That's a good one, right? You have books. That's another good one. You have games. That's a good one, okay? And then, within that, obviously, you could say, okay, well, I have PC, I have PlayStation, I have Nintendo, I have Xbox. Okay, fantastic. I think all of those are fair. They kind of fit within the same, let's say, scenario profile, right? But typically, a person that is a gamer, because that will be your customer in the first place, it's not going to be like, I have 3 hours at the end of the night. Let me spend it on TikTok all night. That's not what they're going to do. That they are on TikTok when they are trying to, they're trying to not do work at work. They're just trying to like kill time. That's what they're doing. They're like, oh yeah, I sent this report. Let me go doom scroll on TikTok for 12 minutes. That's what they do, or before the start of a meeting, or during the meeting, or after the end of a meeting.
He said during the meeting.
Some of those meetings, thank God TikTok exists, right?
Dev by PowerPoint, you're like, all right, hold on.
Yeah, here we go.
Shit.
There we go. It was like fucking dumb idea anyway. I don't care. But that's the thing. Just saying that, people can spend time on other things. That'd be like, you know what? Our biggest competition as PlayStation is people making home cooked meals. Okay? We need to get them on one of those plans.
Buy McDonald's and get on PlayStation.
Food, microwave food. Just PlayStation will
put a free PlayStation code on the microwave dinner.
Exactly. so that you don't have to sit there, cut your vegetables because they want you to be back on the console as soon as possible. No, that's the thing that's so annoying about this is, and you know what? The thing that pisses me off isn't the fact that he says it, is that people have run with it. As if it was like, because he said it, it was ordained by the Lord. You just like, what the fuck? Like, do you not have a brain? Again, if I am just doing things in between things, yes, I'm on TikTok or whatever. Or when was it Phil Spencer said the same thing about like, was it Spotify when he said it a few years ago? And it's just like, no, this is not the same scenario. 1 minute is not the same as another. Like, you know this, Potter. You're in the Navy, right? You guys sometimes
Marines.
You're literally Sorry, Marines. I apologize. Okay, you guys are.
They're private.
Pardon?
Marines are private. Yeah.
You guys are sometimes fighting on the time crunch. 15 minutes before the bomb, explodes. It's not the same as 15 minutes after the bomb exploded.
Okay.
I'm getting a seizure moment. I'm getting a seizure moment. It'll pass. After that Navy comment, it's hitting my nerves. So it'll pass. Just give it a minute. Keep talking.
Yeah, keep talking. Listen.
All right.
Listen. If you had a better camera, I remember you're a Marine. Okay.
Okay. There you go. Ouch. That's what it takes. It takes a goddamn camera.
Get some bokeh on the camera.
Yeah, exactly. But no, that's the thing. This is a disingenuous argument, and like Henry said, it spawns from the fact that they're lost on this particular fight. Again, if he had said books, I can understand how a person that wants to like escape, their reality and just chill out for a while can turn to a book or something, But again, your audience are gamers. So these are people that primarily identify themselves with your hobby. So are they likely to turn to books or to movies or to you? Sure, some of the time, but that doesn't make you your primary competition. But then to say that short form media is their primary, like that is just so pathetic. Like you're not even in the same realm of time spent. We watched a TikTok in like 30 seconds. None of us were like, oh man, listen, I was gonna play Ghost of Yotei tonight, but I saw that one TikTok and I'm fully satisfied what I needed for escapism for today. That's it. Time to go make some homemade dinner. Okay.
I mean, let's just be honest. If your fucking game like Starfield didn't have 80 fucking loading screens to go into the next mission, maybe people wouldn't go to TikTok.
They were on TikTok in between the loading screens.
Bro, let me tell you what happened. I played Starfield when it came out. I believe the hype. The whole time, just
My man said, you keep making shit like Starfield, I have no choice but to be on TikTok. What else I'm gonna do?
For real. You're like trying to just force people to go to that
you
shit,
go up,
bro.
You go up the flight of steps and there's a 2-minute loading.
Dog, it's so bad. Like,
ultimately,
oh my god.
If
Oh,
the
that's
product
funny.
is attractive, the product has to be attractive for people to want to spend time on it, right? And I think they just, I think Microsoft just got the wrong crowd to begin with from the get-go, right? So they're just they're not gamers, or not the way.
My biggest competition to gaming is making money. Like shit, I wish I didn't have to go to work.
Life responsibilities, right?
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. You're just like, God damn. And then
So,
exercise. Jesus, what a time sink that is.
yeah.
That's
Yeah.
awful.
All
I
the
don't even
stuff
have
that,
TikTok.
yeah.
Fucking
So I'm
Starfield made me
glad
want to download
I
TikTok.
I like M and Henry's point. So for Henry, I understand if you're looking at it from the lens of timing and the person use of timing, I can see how they can see their competition. I also like M saying, but time is not the same in the situation, right? It's not the same. So I'm kind of like more towards M, but not just for the sake of time, it's for the sake of content. And this is why I was gonna talk about it, but I'm glad you guys spoke first because you guys really broke some good context. The way I see it, if we're looking at it from the lens of timing, meaning I'm going to do something, and by doing this, instead of playing games, that means gaming is in competition with this. When I started gaming, with my first console with the Master System, I grew up in a time where we only had like 13 channels, and we used the TV guide to find out what programming. We didn't have cable, we didn't have on
Yeah, cable's
demand.
expensive.
And even then, cable only had like 3 or 4 channels, so you're paying for like, at the time what was HBO or whatever. We didn't have rentals, so that wasn't even a thing. I didn't even have a VCR, right? So really, it was TV with 13 channels and gaming, right? And that's pretty much it. And then listening to radio. Then TV, and then video cassettes started becoming more and more popular. And then what started out as mom and pop stores renting movies blew up to Blockbusters, and Hollywood Videos and all the bigger chains.
Mm-hmm.
So now you can rent movies anytime you want, right? Wouldn't that have been competition with gaming? Because now you could go rent a movie instead of watching a game, right? And then cable became more mainstream, right? So now you have a lot more channels, right? And then before streaming, we had cable on demand, where you could select the program provided by HBO, Showtime, whatever, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then internet became mainstream, right? So that even gave more access. I mean, shit like Black Planet, Mi Gente, everybody's trying to date online. So technically speaking, the hours I put in, on those, if you guys know, if you remember, you remember Black Planet.
I know what you're talking about.
You know about Black Planet. And Mi Gente, if you know, you know.
I do.
If you want to say if video games was competing with those sites, they were losing. All right. If you want to say they were losing bad, I'm gonna tell you that right now. They were losing at that time. For those of you who know, right? But there's always forms of media, right? So internet, chat rooms, right? Online dating, and then YouTube came out, 2007. How many people started doing YouTube? Just watching it. And then content creation. Like, there was always something new to occupy your time. But the main core I see is the competition is not TV or music or YouTube or Black Planet or Mi Gente, because they're not the entertainment of gaming, right?
Right.
Microsoft's Q2 competition, even as a third-party publisher, is the other publishers in gaming. Because any gamer that chooses to play Battlefield 6, they're not playing Call of Duty. Exactly. That's your competition. Your competition is Battlefield 6. Your competition next year is Grand Theft Auto 6. No one's going to be playing your games. That's competition, right? It's because let's say Microsoft says, "Oh man, we don't get enough hours of people spending playing our games," doesn't mean they're not playing a game. They're just playing another game. They're playing it under another publisher is getting those hours, whatever, right? Yeah. So your key to get hours of people playing a game is when a gamer decides to play a game, they're playing one of your games because you're creating the best quality, most demanding games people want to play. That's how you get your hours. You compete in the realm that you're in. You're not going to compete with TikTok because some people watch TikTok don't even care about gaming. And just like M said perfectly, there's a difference between I'm at work and I got an hour lunch. I'll probably get something through the drive-through, and then I just go on TikTok, or I'm on Twitter, or I'm on YouTube. Something quick, because my mindset is not too really. Because here's the thing: the one thing I would say, the best part about gaming is also the hardest part, which is it's an active form of entertainment. Mm-hmm. It's not very easy. You have to have the mindset, because no one is just going to be like, let me just throw without preparing yourself to play a game, because you're going to lose. You're going to suck at it. And you don't want to suck at your game. Mm-hmm. You want to accomplish something. So whatever your game you're playing, whether it's a puzzle game, Clair Obscure, whatever, you want to play the game and win. Even if it's just an hour, within that hour, you're ready to invest and win and do what you got to do. You don't have to do that with movies and music and TikTok. It's literally the laziest form of entertainment. You just sit back and just pay attention. You ain't got to do nothing. It plays itself. It just moves along, right? So some people don't have the time to get into that mindset. Even though that's why, like, waiting for an airplane or whatever. I don't have time to play a game, or I don't pull out my portal. Like when I have my portal, I don't pull it out in the airports. Even if the Wi-Fi is great, it's usually at the hotel when I'm done for the day. When I'm done for the work day, or me and my wife are visiting somewhere and we're done for the day visiting, and now we're just chilling in the hotel. She decides to watch TV, an hour or two before we go to bed. And I'm like, you know what? I got an hour or two. I don't want to watch TV. I better play a game. I'm in the zone to play a game, and boom, I focus. I put these headset on, and I'm in there. I'm focused. You need that level of focus to enjoy gaming, right?
Right.
45 minutes before a flight, I'm too pet about missing my flight to be focused on something else. I'm just.
Hold on.
What's up?
You're telling me that you've never been to the shopping center, right? And you go to the mall for you guys. You never been to the mall, right? And then you go and your wife, she goes into a shop and you're like, you know what? You're going there, you're going to spend 15 minutes. And then you're like, shit. You know what? This would be the perfect time to
get some gaming.
Ghost of your day.
Yeah, let's stress myself out. Yeah, no.
Let me play this shit right now. Because,
I pop out my pocket desk. Bow! Got my whole PlayStation set right in the middle of the mall. Right? No, it's just not the right time to invest in that, right? So I go to Twitter, or TikTok, and then just look some stuff, just to pass the time, kill the time, while my wife is trying to decide between 5 dresses and she don't pick any of them.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, so it's like a whole day wasted. So it's like, all right.
When she comes out, then you got to find a safe spot while the little kids are wondering what you're playing, and then surrounded you.
You got time for that.
By the way, we have someone in the waiting room. On
Really?
The podcast.
Who's in the waiting room?
Right?
Oh, the entity.
By the way, if you guys got to follow Porter Rock on Twitter, that shit's fucking hilarious. Porter Rock and J-Dub, fucking hilarious.
All right. Shout out to Major Claridge, gifted a member or subscription. So if you haven't already, please give Major Claridge a shout out. Thank you so much, Claridge. Really appreciate it. Thank you so much for looking out for the people in the chat, right?
You must be here for the Asian representation.
Let's see. That is hilarious. When are you going to get Asian? He's like, hello, me. You know what I'm saying? I guess he wants you to dress like, 1820s Jet Li. Like what?
I gotta be swinging like nunchakus.
Yeah, that's like what the hell, But hey, I wanna. So on top of that, Satya. This just keeps
guy.
coming. It just keep coming.
I'm so glad you brought that up. I'm so glad you brought this up.
Let's just listen. Let's just listen. Everybody, just take
a. Didn't even bring up Xbox.
Yeah, let's just listen. Let's just listen to this.
Business. Yeah. To us, gaming on Windows. Yeah. And of course, Steam has built a massive marketplace on top of it, and done a very successful job of it. So to us, the way we are thinking about gaming is, first of all, now we're the largest publisher. Yeah. After the Activision. So therefore, we want to be a fantastic publisher. Similar approach to what we did with Office. Yeah. We're going to be everywhere in every platform. So we want to make sure, whether it's consoles, whether it's the PC, whether it's mobile, whether it's cloud gaming, or the TV. So we just want to make sure the games are being enjoyed by gamers everywhere. Yeah. Second, we also want to do innovative work in the system side, on the console and on the PC.
Just like he's
it's kind of funny that people think about the console, PC as two different things. We built the console because we wanted to build a better PC, which could then perform for gaming. And so I kind of want to revisit some of that conventional wisdom. But at the end of the day, console.
So I'm gonna stop right there, because he literally said it, right? He says, we built the console to be a better gaming PC. He wants to revisit that wisdom. He wants
Hero Down Under said it best. Like, Steam built a
literally. So literally, he's saying it. He wants to revisit the logic of building a console because it's a better gaming PC because it's stripped down whatever. come on, man. Like he's literally saying the quiet part out loud.
Console has an
The biggest problem with Microsoft is they've always been concerned with their competitors. Like they cannot help themselves. I think there was a philosopher, Simon Sinek. I think he talked about this. It's like, oh, Microsoft developing a phone, whatever it is, Zune. They're worried about what's Apple doing, what Amazon doing, what Nokia and etc. etc. Sony is doing. And similar to Xbox, one of the reasons that Xboxes exists is they saw Sony and they said, oh, what is they're doing? They're doing consoles. Are they going to be a threat? Yeah, possibly they're going to be a threat. They introduced Xbox, but to a certain extent, they had gamers among them, right? Now I do believe I'm starting to really think the gamers among Xbox management is gone. This company, Xbox, well, I don't think rest its soul. I don't think it exists anymore. The main aspect of it is Microsoft is now solely concentrating on taking, views, like competing with TikTok. Like, gaming doesn't compete with TikTok. If anybody is telling Satya Nadella that, they're struggling because they're competing with TikTok, actually, I think they're feeding him bullshit. And, at the end of the day, what happens? He talks about who would have told him? Imagine this. Who would have told him, Satya Nadella, that we are competing with TikTok? Like Phil Spencer? Sarah Bond? Matt Booty? One of the person in the gaming division would have told him that, and he's just parroting that. It's fundamentally misunderstanding the whole concept of gaming and how it works.
Yeah. I mean, technically, does game streaming interfere with gaming? Like people watching games on Twitch. Is that a competition? Because if you got gamers watching games instead of playing them, that's not good for gaming. It's good for the Twitch streamer playing the game.
Yeah.
But if let's say that Twitch streamer has, 5,000 people watching them, that's 5,000 people not playing the game. Because they're watching him play it. So is Twitch in competition with gaming? You see what I'm saying? It could really get off hand. And the Simon Sinek, I love that because I seen that keynote speech he did. For the audience that's not familiar, he's a leadership coach, and he primarily talks his audiences to execs and all that stuff on just topics of leadership and how companies can conduct and better relations. But what he did was he talked about the difference between Microsoft and Apple, where he talked to a Microsoft exec and he says, hey, I tried out this new Apple thing, and all the Microsoft guys, oh, really? Hey, hold on. Can you tell us about this? What does it have that? What does it do better? Asking him all these questions down the line because they wanted to know everything about, Apple's device and stuff like that, right? And then he goes on to a story where he was getting a cab and he ended up being in the same cab with a huge Apple exec. And he's like, all right. This is my time to troll. He even said, this is my time to see if I could get something out of this guy. And he's like, hey, he made sure he confirmed who the guy is. And the guy goes, yeah, whatever. He goes, hey, just to let you know, I tried out the new Zune HD, and it is much better than your Apple whatever. And the guy replies, I imagine so. And Simon's like, the fuck? He's like, not even a fight, nothing. The guy goes, I imagine so. He even agreed with him. I imagine so. And he's like that. And then his whole story was, that's the difference between Apple and everybody else. They just focus on their trajectory and they just keep going north. They're not worrying about trying to deviate based on other people's competitiveness or what they do or what they implement. They just stay true. And he says sometimes they're behind. Other times they're ahead. But they remain consistent and they're never budging on their product roadmap. Because he said that's how Apple works. They work on their product roadmap, and even if their roadmap at times is a year or two behind from the competitors, they're going to stay in line, and that's how they just keep the consistency of the Apple brand. They don't deviate just because somebody else jump. They stay with their product roadmap, and they just keep consistent, stuff like that. It was just, he has some interesting talks about Apple. Yeah, he has some interesting talk.
Like, look at their AirPods now. A lot of people had the AI where it will translate different languages, and now Apple's like implementing their version of it now.
Yeah. So he also talks about.
Xbox,
Yeah, he also
and
talks
that's
about
the biggest example of that.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Because Xbox, has never been consistent throughout the generations, right? Every Xbox was pretty much a different value proposition, right? Except maybe the first and the second, they were pretty consistent. There was a through line there. But ever since then it was TV. Then it's like, okay, now we're back to gaming. Then it's like, okay, well, no, we're going to split two different boxes. So now you have two to choose from. Now it's like, you know what? No boxes, everything is us. Just like, what are you doing?
Yeah.
So the first and the second one, which were the successful ones, right? We can say that the original Xbox was successful. It wasn't better then, but it was successful, right?
Yeah,
Then you have the 360,
For what
which
it
successful,
was
and
set out to do, which introduced its name, it did that.
It did what it did. It did what it was supposed to. And then the 360 also did what it was supposed to. Then the Xbox One comes out, and it's like, oh, TV, and people are like, what the fuck are you on about?
And this camera, Wave, Xbox
then the
on.
Xbox Series is like, oh yeah, no, we're back to gaming, but also here's two vastly different options, neither of which is going to fulfill their promises, And then now, not even halfway through, it was 3 years in, they were like, you don't need an Xbox.
In fact, you don't even need the console.
That's what they were. So it's like, what messaging is that consistent? So no, I saw that demonstration by Simon, and it's exactly true. They do not have a consistent message to offer their audience. How many times have we seen exclusives are bad, exclusives are good again? Exclusives are bad again. Oh no, they're good again. And it's like, now they're antiquated. They're not just bad; they are products of a bygone era. That's like, exclusives. You want mid-2000 mentality?
You worship the devil if you believe in exclusives. All right, Jesus does not approve. All right, that is not Christ-like. If you believe in exclusives, let's hear the rest of what Satya has to say.
It delivers performance that's unparalleled. That pushes, I think, the system forward. So I'm really looking forward to the next console, the next PC gaming, but most importantly, the game business model has to be where we have to invent maybe some new interactive media as well. Because after all, the gaming's competition is not other gaming. Gaming's competition is short-form video. And so if we as an industry don't continue to innovate, both how we produce, what we produce, how we think about distribution, the economic model, right? Best way to innovate is to have good margins, because that's the way you can fund.
The best way to innovate is to have good margins? What?
What
the fuck is he talking about? Like, what?
The fuck did I just hear?
That's
Money
what he said.
always inspires creativity. Don't you know that? That's why Microsoft is famously known as the most creative company on earth.
Jesus Christ. What the fuck? So good margins is what delivers. Yo, this is crazy.
Wow, bro.
One of the most innovative. One of the most innovative generation for PlayStation was PlayStation 3 in terms of gaming, because they had to do and work really hard to innovate, and actually they lost money on that generation. So
yes,
I have just fucking
it's true.
Anyway. Let's hear the rest.
Interesting saying gaming's competition is short form video. It feels like the entire world's competition is short form video.
Like I don't know, man. Like, and this is why, and people, those of us, whatever. But I'm just gonna talk about me. I'm not even gonna throw other people. This is why I'm skeptical on anything Xbox does. People are like, oh, Puerto Rock, you don't want to give Microsoft a fair chance. How you expect me to give them a fair chance when they have stupid philosophies in gaming? Consistently stupid philosophies over and over and over. Like, honestly, how great do you expect Microsoft to be next gen in gaming when they're just telling you they're more worried about short form videos and TikTok, and creativity comes through increased margins? Like, what exact product do you think you're going to get that you're going to enjoy? Like, how do you compete with short form videos in gaming? Like, how does that even, how do you even attempt that? How do you compete? How do you compete with, how do you compete with a 2-minute video clip?
Game takes 5 years to make.
I've got it. I'll put my hand up. You make everybody game through cloud, and then you give them ads that last about 2 minutes.
Oh my God.
Pay me now. Pay me now. Pay me now. This is why you have the Australian.
So his philosophy is let's take
I'm going
5
to
years
bed.
to make a game just to take 30 seconds of someone's time. Like what?
Pay me now. Give me the big bucks. That's I'm looking for. My consultancy fees are high, but they're worth it.
I'm not doing this. Like this shit don't make sense, man. This
Not
shit
at
don't
makes
all.
make
sense.
sense,
It
man.
makes sense if you look at their whole philosophy and strategy with Game Pass. Is they think they're competing with streaming services that are what do you call it? Where you don't actively engage with the service, like because when you watch a movie, you're just receiving. You're just on the receiving end of whatever is being bombarded at you, right? TikTok, same thing. YouTube, same thing. Instagram stories, whatnot. And then, but they think video games is the same way, which you cannot, because you have to devote that time block to actively engage in gaming. And that's where they're completely wrong, and then they're still wrong, right? So,
Yeah, it's like so vice versa. Netflix is not competing with gaming. Netflix is competing with Disney Plus. Like if you're gonna go and sit down and enjoy a TV show, they want you to enjoy a TV show that's on Netflix. They don't want you to enjoy, That's why rumor has it Netflix is interested in Warner Brothers, because now they have the answer to Disney, Marvel. Now, oh, you want to watch comic book stuff? We got it. Come watch comic book stuff on our channel. Things like that. That makes sense. Spotify competes with Apple Music and Amazon Music, things like that. But gaming itself is an active form of entertainment. You have to be in a mindset from the get-go. That alone. What's up? And brings his hand. Oh,
this is why you guys pay me the big bucks over here. Okay, listen. I'll send you my
government
check,
shutdown. We ain't got no money
my
for you.
invoice. Oh shit!
Can't even
I'll
give
give you like freebie.
Can't even give you
Freebie.
food. Can't even give you food stamps. I can't even give you money
Listen,
for
you know what?
Mackies.
You know what? We had
Can't even get money for Mackies. I don't even have Mackie money.
Agreement about plantain. So I feel like this. I owe you this
I
one.
think we
I figured this one out. Microsoft wants gaming to make up for the deficiencies in every other area they wish they had bought in. For example, they wanted to buy TikTok, but they weren't allowed to. So now they want gaming to take care of that. They wanted to have a big streaming service, but they weren't able to. So they want gaming to take care of that. So basically, in every area that they have failed to acquire they want gaming to make up for the flaws of that. They wanted to have, do you remember how they had Groove Music?
Yeah, I remember.
But then it failed.
That was Zoom.
So
it
now
went
they
from
want gaming to take care
Zoom
of Spotify. Yeah.
to Xbox Music to Groove
Yeah, it was
Music.
Xbox Music,
Yeah, so it
Groove
was weird.
Music.
It was the
Yeah.
same shit.
Yeah.
They just keep renaming it.
Just kept the name kept being changed. So basically, listen, gaming is meant to be the thing. For example, they don't have a marketplace on PC, so they want Xbox to take care of that. Like it's genius. Whatever they have failed in terms of like actually buying culture, they want to use gaming as the gateway to get back into it. Yo, this is great. This is great. It's selling. Send your failed child.
Even what's funny is they want. It's funny they want gaming to succeed in other stuff, but they're failing at gaming.
I know that's
what's hilarious. They can't.
I failed to get his MBA, and you're like, okay, become a doctor and an engineer and a top weight mechanic.
Oh my god!
It's like they're trying to find ways to keep gaming alive, or the fact that trying to make money off this big investment they did, it's a 67 billion, whatever.
I know.
And then they're trying to spin it. Continue to spin it, right?
That's exactly it. You see, Henry got it. They spent $77 billion on gaming. So now they're like, wait a second. This is money that we didn't spend on TikTok and freaking, Netflix. We couldn't buy those things. So now let's twist this thing. This is why they had Halo. Instead of being a faithful recreation, it was him with the Master Chicks out. Because they were trying to make him into
Master
the thing
Chicks?
that was going to spawn off. Yeah, exactly.
Master Chicks.
That's crazy. That's
Master
crazy.
Cheeks or Master Cheeks. I don't know, man. It's like I think Bobby Kotick, former CEO of Activision, he was right. He said it straight up. Microsoft has no business being in gaming. They are not a creative company, and it's bad because Kotick was a piece of shit. So it's bad when he's telling you, man, you guys have no business. It's bad when he's saying you guys have no business being in this business. Like, why you guys aren't gaming? Like, you guys have no creative bone in your body. Like, you got no reason to be in this industry. You guys just simply suck at it.
From the CEO of a company that hasn't been creative in like a decade. He's like, nah, you.
Like, you guys suck.
I spoke. I met someone. I spoke to somebody from Treyarch at Comic-Con. He just happened to be at my table looking at some of my artwork, and he was one of the. I think he was a writer on Call of Duty, and I almost go, a writer on Call of Duty, right? But no, they do need writers. So, I didn't make fun of him because
he said, "Hey, what do you do? I'm a writer. For I get Call of Duty.
Writing?
No, seriously. What do you do? Really?
When I told him, oh, it's too bad. I was like, it doesn't feel like
that shit's straight out of ChatGPT.
Yeah, I was like, sorry, I don't feel like Microsoft doesn't really know how to run a gaming. He's like, no, they don't. That's what he said to me. But I was like, hey man, I hope your job.
But the paycheck's good. Paycheck's a paycheck.
Yeah. I told him I hope your job is secure. He's like, yeah, I think we're okay for the time being.
Call of Duty's
that doesn't
fine.
mean anything. Yeah.
He's like Call of Duty's probably one of the safer. I mean, they did fire some people in Call of Duty. I don't know.
I mean, when March swings around, that's another story.
Yeah,
so
that's a whole.
Get ready for 2-minute Call of Duty matches.
Oh Jesus!
Oh
awesome.
My God! There you go.
With ads, pre-roll.
And you only press one button.
Yes,
it does everything for you.
Yeah.
Oh my God! That's you
got to look at an ad before you hit that shot on a sniper rifle.
Oh my God! Or imagine you're playing. I'll use soccer, FIFA, or football club for extreme. You're about to kick the winning goal, and then it stops and says, "You must watch this ad in order to continue."
Oh,
it's like in the arcades, you got to put in another quarter in order for the game to continue. Like,
oh man, like it's just wild. Like, I'm sorry, but I don't listen to most of the stuff Microsoft says in gaming because they're just if they had a clear pulse in gaming, they would be in a much better position than they are today. But because they don't, they're just throwing shit at the wall and constantly changing, right? And here's the thing. Matt Booty's like, oh, our competition's not console. It's, it's short form TikTok. But yet, Activision Blizzard showed emails of him trying to buy out. Buy out, but to beat out Sony through money. Outspend Sony.
Mm-hmm.
So this is not something logical thinking over the last 5 years. They just throwing shit out, over the last minute or whatever. There's no consistency in their stuff like that, right? It's absolutely insane. Glassdoor Gamer, thank you for the super chat. Xbox dead now. It's time to finish the real OG fight. PlayStation versus Nintendo. Sony to go into Nintendo lane next gen. Go Jays. Did the Jays win? Or is it still playing?
They slaughtered Dodgers. Yeah.
Did they?
They slaughtered Dodgers. Yeah, they slaughtered them today.
Oh damn.
Oh, 6-2. 62. No, but he made it seem like 62 is a decent score. But like I'm thinking it's like when I think of slaughter, I think of what they did to the Yankees. It's like 50-1. Right? You saw that game? Like that's what I'm thinking. I'm like, what the fuck just happened? This looks like a football game.
Picture?
Like fuck.
It was like a home run derby or something.
Like, yeah, they forgot that. This ain't the American League home run derby, bro. This is the playoff anyway. So now the game is tied. Listen, chill, Will. You a Dodgers fan, right?
Shut up.
You better win tomorrow. Why is it they play tomorrow?
Yeah, they play tomorrow.
You better win tomorrow. Because if you go to Toronto 3-2.
Yeah. The morale's not going to be good either.
I don't think you're going to beat Toronto twice in Toronto.
No, that's facts.
You got to win tomorrow. And this is Ohtani, right? He was the leading pitcher.
Yeah, they just took away Ohtani's.
They're like, boy, Toronto's like, if you don't get your bitch ass back to Japan.
Hey, low key, they just fucked up his MVP chances.
You know why? it's for us Southern Californians, it's 90 degrees today. So for Toronto, they're in their zone, they're comfortable, and then like our players are probably miserable, like because it's 90 degrees in LA today.
Oh yeah. Oh man.
That's why they're playing a dome.
Yeah.
They're like Godzilla my ass, Toronto.
Yeah.
Boy, if you don't cut this
Toronto's
bullshit
like, oh,
out,
this weather is perfect for us.
they think you're gonna get 10 Ks on us. Who you talking to? Like, oh shit, this is crazy. Toronto, I'm telling you, Toronto's weird. I don't know how they playing like this in the playoffs. I don't know where they came from. It's complete bullshit. It's absolute. They sold their soul to the devil. Anyway, yeah, I can see Extreme's getting bored. He's like, this is a stupid game.
I have no idea what you guys are talking about.
Listen, baseball. That's your baseball. Baseball's a great sport.
America's pastime, baby.
It's a great sport. No, but you know what? Listen, it's a world sport now.
Microsoft
Japan,
competing with
Japan. Oh my god! When I was stationed in Japan, Okinawa. Oh my god, they're like samurais. They are disciplined in baseball. They are producing great baseball. Yeah, yep. That's it. Baseball's competing with games. That's it. It's awesome and stuff like that. Little story. So in high school, playing baseball, there was also we had a soccer team. Obviously you could joke about American soccer because they suck. Whatever. But whatever. But they did argue they were better, more athletes, athletic, because, they always running and stuff like that. And I told them, right, while we're playing a baby sport with just sticks and balls, right? So they used to just talk shit that they're athletes because they actually have endurance. They're running up and down the field while we just run 90 feet and take a break. Run 90 feet, take a break, and stuff like that. Or we just stand on the field. Sometimes they say you go a whole game and you don't even move other than when you go to the dugout and back on the field. I'm like, whatever. But I told them, like, all right, in terms of like endurance and running, you're right. But there's not a lot of that, right? But the real nature of the sport, right, is in the batting, the pitching, and the fielding when it does happen, especially the batting. He's like, batting is hard as fuck. Only in baseball, right? Or maybe some obscure sport I'm not familiar, right? But if you bat 10 times, right? And you're told, hey, hit this ball. And out of 10 times, you only hit it 3 times. And you miss 7 times, you're considered a Hall of Famer. You're like one of the all-time greats of the all-time greats if you accomplish that, right? He didn't believe me. He's like, that is so stupid and stuff like that. I'm like, all right, hey, we got a pitching practice session. Why don't you come by and we'll show you how to hit and, you try to hit off one of our pitchers. So he showed up. He got in the batter's box. Whatever. Of course, we told the guy to pitch a fastball, like inside. Don't hit him, but pitch it inside. Boy, when he saw that ball, he ran out the box. He dived out the way as if it was a bullet wound. Like if it was a school shootout. That dude let go of the bat. He dived out. He's like, what the fuck? He goes, what if that thing hits you? I'm like, welcome to baseball, buddy. He's like, listen, the pitcher's not going to hit you. He's not. If he hits you, it's probably because he wants to. He's not going to hit you. Just stay in the box. Boy, that dude, like, you see him shaking. That thing's just like 85. He's seeing balls going like this. And he's like, what the fuck? He's like, how you guys even hit that? He's like, exactly. This shit is hard as fuck, But anyway, that's my little story, right? But I give him pass on soccer. As I told you, I'm not running up and down the field and we're still 0-0 after 40 minutes. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. 40 minutes? Like, listen, I'm fucking tired. We already ran 5 miles and nobody scored. Get out of here. It's a score of will. Soccer is a game of will. Like, you see some games end 0-0. Are you fucking kidding? No, someone has to die. Someone has to die. Someone has to die. We're not leaving this field until life is taken. Have me do a half marathon for 0-0.
Sometimes the best games are the ones that end 0-0.
No, that's not the best game. Listen, someone must be sacrificed. Listen, on average, they run a half marathon in a game. A fucking half marathon. The score 0-0? No. I'm going to go to my trunk. I'm going to break out the chopper. Somebody's going to get it. You have me run 13 miles and the 0-0? Nah. We're not doing that to my life. And then they want me to play tomorrow? Fuck you. We have another game tomorrow? Another 13 miles? Get out of here.
That's how you have great abs, though.
Holy shit. That's why they're all like 140 pounds. You don't have time to You don't have time to accumulate fat. There's no time. There's no time to have fat on your body.
And apparently the ones that won the most actually the referees. Like if you think the players won a lot, the referees
because they always
lot.
coming back. You know?
Yeah.
Oh man, I gotta admit, man, soccer's tough. And then all the relaxed time, they're like, no. You have to make that up at the end. You will play those minutes. Like what? just get rid of those minutes,
true.
man.
That's true.
Like no.
We don't pause the clock. You
No.
know what's funny?
You don't pause the clock.
But we just add whatever we feel like you took. So you could have 2 minutes of times that was like wasted time. But the referee's like, nah, this is competitive.
It's like 19 minutes.
5 minutes.
like that's a whole new game.
Hold on. You know how you were talking about 0-0, right? That's only for the standard length. If it is an important match, they have extra time. That's 2 halves of 15 minutes. If you still, equal at that, and it is an important match,
the shootout.
You go to the penalty shootout.
The shootout, okay.
So yeah,
okay. We doing shootouts.
That's why we say that sometimes the best games are the games that are tied because we get more of it. Because it's like you're there like gladiators in there. And there's only 5 substitutions in football,
Yeah, I know.
So it's like, hey, listen, if somebody got injured, you're not going home. You're staying on that field, because your coach isn't going to use the other 4 substitutions on you. Why? Because you're tired? Nah.
Wild.
Well, I think basketball is even like unlimited substitutions.
Yeah, unlimited.
Yeah. See, Puss has me.
Hockey does it on the fly. While the guys are playing, get your ass in here. They're like, woo! They're switching back and forth real quick. But hockey, I would say hockey is probably more exhausting than soccer.
That's no gamer.
Because they got all this fucking shit on their body, and they're like flying, like 100 miles an hour on the ice, getting slammed. Them dudes, like after 2 minutes, they're like, ugh. And those guys don't get to be 2% body fat. They got to be big. You gotta be 250. So them dudes is fucking hurting. You got these big ass dudes. Anyway, we got so going back to Glassdoor Gamer's comment, I think PlayStation and Nintendo is just too different to go to war with each other. They're just way too different. They're just way too different. The similarity's not there.
Hold on. I have a different opinion.
I
think that, of course they declared console war is over. I think from 2027 on, it is going to be the handheld wars. It is going to be vicious. I think so. But
that's funny.
The thing,
because go ahead.
The most interesting thing out of it is that I'm not sure GTA 6 is able to run on the Switch 2. I don't think so.
Yeah.
So I think potentially that is going to be the deciding factor in relation to it, is that if the PlayStation handheld is able to run a game similar to Arc Raiders or GTA 6, it is going to take the crown.
So here's the thing, though. Here's my question. Who cares about GTA 6 on a handheld?
The people who should, the people who are not on TikTok.
All right, so here's my question. Here's my question. GTA 5 is on a handheld, right? PC handheld,
I don't think it is.
So how come? No, it is
handheld.
GTA. Yeah, PC handhelds.
PC
how
handhelds,
come PC handhelds aren't flying off the shelf because of GTA 5? The point what I'm trying to make is the reason why these handhelds don't sell a lot. No one really cares about playing an inferior version of a multiplat simply because you could take it on the go. That's not a big thing. That's not a mass market appeal. Because if it was, these PC handhelds would be blowing up. I mean, you got God of War, you got Spider-Man. I mean, think about it. Look what the PC handhelds could do. God of War, Spider-Man, Witcher, Grand Theft Auto, fucking Apex Legend, Call of Duty. They got everything. And over the last 3-4 years, across to include Steam, 6 million sales of Steam, Lenovo, MSI Claw, Asus. And you got everything. You got all the big AAAs, all of them. I said this, the biggest issue with these PC handhelds is they are the worst way to play your favorite games. And who really wants that? The reason why Nintendo sells so much is because you're not playing the worst way to play Nintendo games. You're playing the only way. It's exclusives that sells Nintendo. If you don't buy a Nintendo Switch, I mean, if you're going to be a PC guy and emulate whatever, that's too difficult. But on just for a normal consumer sense, do you want to play the new Metroid? Yes or no? Yes. Then get a Switch 2. Simple. It ain't about playing the worst way. There is no worst way of playing a Nintendo game. Nintendo is the only way you can get it. It's exclusive that sells the handheld. That's why they sell. The thing already set records for selling the most. Nintendo already beat the entire PC handheld industry in just 3 months. It came out in June, so July, August, September, October, 4 months. It already beat out the entire PC handheld industry of since 2022. Because right, that's when they really started selling Steam Deck and all that stuff. It already smoked it in just 3 months. Like, so even with PlayStation, right? No, majority of PlayStation gamers don't really want to play the worst way to play PlayStation games. That's
honestly,
that's not a 50 million selling thing.
Honestly, I think it was just a convenience factor for both Nintendo and the consumer, because instead of them making a Wii and a 3DS or a DS, like they just put it all into one, and it's more convenient for them. They don't have to make two products, and the consumer, they just don't have to buy two products, and they can just take it on the go.
And it's exclusive
for them.
And it's Nintendo. It's the only way to play Nintendo games. I'm telling you, you ain't gonna get 50 million, 40 million, 30 million, 40, 30 million PlayStation Portable 2, whatever they want to call this, because of Grand Theft Auto. The majority of PlayStation gamers don't want to play Grand Theft Auto 6 the worst way possible. Is that not saying that you ain't gonna have anybody, but it's gonna be niche. It's gonna be in line with what we're getting with these PC handhelds, right? I mean, even now, with the Portal, Matt Piscatella says about 5% US. So let's say it's the same number across globally. That's about 4 million. So that's right in line with what, and that's $200, but it's right in line with what the PC handhelds are doing. A small niche number of those interested playing the games portably. But to compete with Nintendo, you need a mass market appeal, and playing the worst version of your games cannot compare to exclusives. That's why I'm thinking, like, people keep saying there's going to be this big fight between PlayStation and Nintendo handheld. Nintendo got exclusives. PlayStation's coming in with the worst way to play your games. I don't think that. Listen, I'm not betting. I'm not making that bet. You're not going to see me put myself out on that bet. Nintendo exclusives versus the worst way to play games. I don't know about that one.
PlayStation
think about it.
Theirs to run better than
because think about it. That's what. So I know, and I see PlayStation guys, they want to do this, but think about it. PlayStation Portable, we'll call it the PSP2. PSP2, the worst way to play PlayStation games versus Nintendo exclusives. That's not a winning strategy.
No,
it's not a winning strategy. Most people are just going to play. Not a winning strategy.
But it will play better. What do you call it? It will play games that Nintendo Switch 2 is not able to play. That's my point.
No, yeah, but here's the thing. Why are people buying the Nintendo Switch 2? It's because of the Nintendo exclusives. It isn't because of Call of Duty. They never. In fact, Nintendo made sure that third party or lack of third party is an influence to buy Nintendo. They actually made sure that that's not a thing. Like, Nintendo doesn't want to push the idea that, buy Nintendo because of Call of Duty. Nintendo learned that lesson. Nintendo learned the lesson, don't try to be a PlayStation. We're going to do our own thing. We're going to do it our own way. We're going to go after our own titles. If third-party developers want to make games for Switch 2, by all means, sure. If you feel it's worth making, Nintendo's not going to go against that. But Nintendo is not going to position their product as a third-party machine. They are adamant. They are all about, right? And in fact, I said this, and this is like their philosophy going back to the Wii, because really they really developed this philosophy with the Wii, right? Because the GameCube and 64, they were still into the third party fight, but I think GameCube, they realized, we're not beating PlayStation. This is just because they did try to fight, right? If you remember, they had Resident Evil exclusive and timed exclusive, Resident
Oh my
Evil
God,
0.
dude.
You remember that time? They tried.
Yeah, I remember.
Oh, I
They
remember
tried.
that.
They tried the third
I
party
was
side.
so.
Right.
Can I just say a little story real quick?
Go ahead.
When fucking Resident Evil 4 came out, my homeboy was playing on his GameCube, and I only had a
GameCube, remember that.
PS2 at the time. I was like, I need to fucking get this game. I saved up. Luckily, the GameCube was fairly cheap at that time, so I had to save up, do a bunch of bullshit around the neighborhood to save up money to get it. And finally got it. I was like, hell yeah, I got Resident Evil 4, Resident Evil 0, Resident Evil 1 remake. I was like, fuck yeah, let's go. This game is the shit. Made me want to buy this fucking console. They
And
released
then
it on
gets
PS2.
announced for PlayStation. Yeah.
With DLC.
Yeah. But you know what I'm saying? So Nintendo did fight, but they realized it's just pointless. We're not going to be PlayStation on the third party front. So they were the first to realize, you know what? We're going to do our own thing. They created the Wii. Completely different. Really doubled down on their exclusives, on their first party IPs. They created a system that didn't keep up with the third party times. So you saw a lot of games just didn't go across the board. Even the sports games like Madden, they were trying to create unique versions because the basic versions that they normally release every year didn't work or run. But Nintendo didn't care. They didn't care. They just didn't care. Whatever. I remember when Peter Moore at the time, because the price of a 360 and a Wii, when you combine them both, was about the price of a $600 PS3. So he pushed the concept of Wii 60. Wii 60, you could buy, for the price of a PS3, you can get an Xbox 360 and a Nintendo Wii. Enjoy two platforms, have a bigger library of games, more stuff, whatever. The interviewers approached Reggie Fils-Aimé with this, right? They're like, hey, Peter Moore, CEO of Xbox, he's talking about Wii 60, whatever. And Reggie Anime is like, hey, what is this Wii 60? And they explained to him, well, Peter Moore is saying for the price of a PlayStation 3, you can buy an Xbox 360 and a Wii. What do you think about that? You think that's a good deal? You know what he said? He said, no, just buy a Wii and buy more Wii stuff. Buy a Wii and buy more Wii stuff. We have peripherals. We have Wii Fit. He started naming all the Wii stuff. Completely made sure, and it's a good sales pitch. Like, he could have said, you know what, that is a good idea because it's a win-win. The enemy of my enemy is my friend, right? Nah, he's like, I got no friends. Don't buy 360. Get out of here. That money you're going to buy 360, just buy more Wii stuff. Buy more Wii games, more Wii, and that's been Nintendo, So I'll be honest, I think you PlayStation guys thinking PlayStation Portable is going to beat out. You have to look at PlayStation, we're calling it Portable, whatever they want to call it. It's the worst way to play PlayStation games. And you're going to compete with a platform with some of the best exclusives in the industry. Yeah, good luck with that one.
The question is, why are they doing it?
Why are they doing what?
Portable. Two.
The portable? To increase probably user time?
Mm-hmm.
But within
Compete
the
with
ecosystem. Because I think, not compete with TikTok. I think people who bought the portal, just found ways to play more games and just spend more screen time playing their PlayStation, when they don't have access to it. Like, for example, especially if you got the original PlayStation, that motherfucker's big. And traveling with that sucker is a little bit pain in the ass. Mm-hmm. With the PlayStation Portable, if you're the type that, like me, I work travel, it made it easier to play games without me having to travel with my PlayStation 5. It made me enjoy more of my PlayStation 5. So that's what I think these portable devices do. I think people who invest in these portable devices, they are enjoying more of what they already have at home on the go. But if you're trying to compete with a product like Nintendo, that's a competitor that's bringing top-selling exclusives. You're not beating top-selling exclusives that can only be played on Nintendo with a device that a niche few are buying just to enjoy more of their gaming. It's just not. You need, can you see PSP 2 selling 50 million, 60 million?
No, at max, I think it will be...
Exactly. The Switch 2, that's another 100+ selling million device. It's another 100+ selling million device. That's not even a lie. 120, 130 easily. That thing's selling another 130. PSP 2 is not selling 50 million, 60 million. It's not doing that. Not saying that it's bad or good. I'm just saying we got to look at these devices for what they are. Like if Sony really wants to compete with Nintendo on the handheld front, they got to fight fire with fire. And what's the number one way to get people to buy a product? You got to deliver exclusives. And they're not making exclusives for that PSP handheld. I mean, we can't forget. Let me put it this way. We can't talk to Xbox gamers and say PlayStation's better because of exclusives and content and all this stuff. But then we will talk to Nintendo. We don't want to talk the exclusive argument because we know they're better at it. We got to keep the same energy. It's the same formula. Nintendo, I'm not saying you need to prefer, not saying that, you have to accept the Nintendo exclusives are better. You just have to recognize they have exclusives, and their exclusives are top selling by a lot. And that's what makes them Nintendo. That's what makes them such a popular console, popular brand. You don't have to like their exclusives, but you should recognize they got exclusives that sells 40 million, 50 million. What is PSP 2 going to bring to the table versus a gaming product that has exclusives in the 20, 30, 40, 50 million ballpark?
It won't be. Now,
Grand Theft Auto
actually,
6.
this is an interesting, it's a more of a thought process, right? Mm-hmm. So with the PlayStation Portable, I think we know it's coming, right? There's going to be a portable version.
Do we
now?
Do we know it's coming?
Yeah, see, that's my question.
Let's just assume. Let's just assume it is. Let's just assume it is for the sake of conversation.
Okay, so the interesting thing that I'm questioning.
She don't like that. She's like, nah, I don't like that. You cop. He's like, you cop. He's like, you copping out. You copping out from the real argument. Extreme wants to fight.
I'm playing Slay the Spire. I made a stupid move. It cost me a lot of health.
So the question is, right? We know in the past, Jen Ryan, who's not in PlayStation anymore, said that releasing 2 SKUs at the same time hasn't worked in the past. So I'm keep wondering, are they going to try to release 2 SKUs at the same time? A handheld and a console. Now, if that happens, let's say that's version number 1, right? That's reality number 1. What are you guys going to get? Are you going to get the handheld or are you going to get the console?
Okay, so to answer your first question, that is assuming that the handheld is supposed to be a mainstream device along with the console. I look at it, and this is my opinion, I look at the handheld no different than the Steam Deck. The Steam Deck doesn't play every game that's in the Steam library. It plays Steam Deck verified games. But the entire Steam library doesn't work on that console because some of the games run at higher specs or the minimum specs of the games is higher than what the Steam Deck is able to provide. I see the next PlayStation Portable the same way. Whatever game it can run will be playable. Other games, you're probably going to have to settle for remote play. Right? I don't think Sony's going... I hope not. Because if Sony says all PlayStation 6 games, if you make a game for the PlayStation 6, regardless of what game it is, it must work on the PlayStation Portable too, now we have a problem. Because now they created the 2-SKU Xbox Series S. But as long as they don't make that requirement where a developer makes a PlayStation 6 game and says, hey, this game's not going to work on PSP 2, so we're not worried about it. Well, that's fine then. Then if it doesn't work, well, people wants to play on a PSP 2, they're just going to have to remote play it or play it on the cloud. But they won't be able to natively play. As long as they allow that, as long as they don't anchor the handheld to the PlayStation 6, it'll be fine. As long as there's not anchored. The problem with the Series S was anchored to the Series X. If you made a game for the Series X, it must work on the Series S. That's the problem. But I think they're going to go at this like the Steam Deck way. Whatever can work, works. Whatever don't work, you're going to have to settle for remote play or cloud.
So me personally, not that interested in a handheld from Sony. Same reason as what Podorok said. Now, I have said this. I could take a halfway approach. For me, it's about not playing the PlayStation 6, forget about that, but playing a subset of PlayStation 5 and PlayStation 4 games. Again, assuming that it is coming in the PlayStation 6 era. Because for me, I am quite happy. For example, right now I'm playing Slay the Spire. I could play Slay the Spire on a portable, on a PlayStation Portal or whatever. So I could play that. Um, I could play things like Dave the Diver, Sword of the Sea, things like that, indie type games, or games on the PS4 like God of War that are so far back that you don't need as much horsepower to drive them. I could do things like that on a portable experience, but then understand that anything that has a PlayStation 6 logo does not work on this particular console. And then just like they will show you for the PlayStation VR, there's an icon or there's list of icons below the game that shows you which platform it works on and everything. So before you buy the device, you can take a look at the catalog and be like, these are the games that I can run natively from this device. Now, on top of that, if you do want to run your PlayStation 6 games on this portal, then you can connect to your PlayStation, through remote play, and then you can access that game that way, streaming from your own console, so on and so forth. So I think that approach could be interesting. Um, so that would be something that I could see myself doing. So yeah, that's probably the closest to it that I will get to really vibe with, because otherwise I'm not that interested. Like at the end of the day, the console experience sorry, the console experience is by far the best experience, and I think every one of us here would vouch for the fact that, yeah, when we are talking about the games that we want to play, we want to play them on the big screen, with the cinematic movies and everything like that. So that's my personal take on it. I could do something halfway, but the idea of it, just like, oh my god, Emmanuel, you could play X, Y, or Z, directly for. I'm just like, I'm not that interested, bro. It's not appealing to me, um, as a general concept. So yeah, but that could just be me.
I think that's a lot of people because the data shows like PC handheld adoption is not a lot. I mean, even Steam. Steam is probably the one brand that sold the most. I think 3 million out of 140 million Steam gamers. And 3 million, 4 million are out of all those gamers who play on Steam, about 3 million, 4 million worldwide are interested in playing their games on the go. That just shows you that, there's not a big, huge appetite for people to play the worst versions of their games.
I wonder if it's just a way for them to try to get a foothold back in Japan.
It could be.
For the train riders.
Yeah. Maybe, right? That could be.
Because maybe there has to be someone in Japan on the train. I was like, fuck, man, I wish I could play God of War on the train right now.
Especially with Japan being very mobile centric, that could be it specifically for them. So they probably could see maybe a thought.
I don't think
a bigger adoption, but globally. But even again, I just think PlayStation gamers who are looking forward to a handheld war with Nintendo.
Oh no.
It's kind of like you ever seen Saving Private Ryan? You're like the first wave of that fight, and you're gonna die. Like I don't know. I would leave that one alone. And again, Nintendo has the number one weapon: exclusives. You can't beat exclusives.
Mario.
Man. You can't beat exclusives, man. You can't beat a console that has exclusives versus a product because of multiplats. We wouldn't accept that with Xbox fanboys, right? So why would we use a philosophy that we don't agree with between PlayStation and Xbox and try to use it against Nintendo? We know what sells products, exclusives, especially top selling exclusives that you want and you're willing to buy a thing for. Nintendo got that. When it comes to handhelds, Nintendo got the exclusives. They got the biggest exclusives, the biggest. Yeah. For the PlayStation guys, enjoy the portable if it does come out for what it is. It gives you opportunity to enjoy your platform when you're not at home. Or maybe even when you're at home and they take over the TV. Or maybe you're just too lazy to stare at a big TV. You just want to lay on the bed and play like this. I get it. Or maybe you're taking a shit and you got irritable bowel syndrome. You're in the toilet too long.
That's how your legs fall asleep. Don't do it.
If you're used to the DualSense Edge, that the Portal is actually, it doesn't have the back buttons that you program, right? So it's actually really far. Ergonomically, it's also very far apart, like by comparison.
But it still feels good though. I ain't gonna lie. I
Like,
ain't gonna lie. The Portal is a very comfortable.
It's convenient.
For as ugly as it looks, it's a very comfortable.
Yeah, it's like you chop the controller. In
Yeah, and just throw it. Yeah, I mean, Extreme talked about it.
Yeah.
This is the laziest design. They literally took a samurai sword, chopped it in half, and throw in the screen in the middle. Gee, brilliant design,
But it
Sony.
works.
But it works though.
Yeah,
It works. The
Like,
haptics on it are crazy too.
Yeah,
It
I
works,
would.
it
I would
works.
do. I would do a PlayStation Portable if it's similar to the fact that it's the detachable version of the docked
And
PS6.
I got mine wrapped in
How-
a condom.
Same. However, if like, I know that the PS6 cannot be similar to the Switch because, where would I mount the disc drive, right? So if you if you're taking it away as a portable, like, does it automatically become like a, I don't know, a cloud machine? Maybe that's what they're working for. Maybe all the news we see from Moore's Law is dead is for the next generation of PS Portal, right? Maybe it's going to be a more robust cloud gaming device that also could play, I don't know, something natively. Yeah, but when I travel, say I go to Taiwan and visit my family there, I make sure my carry-on has room for my PS5 Pro. Because if I just take the Portal with me, like, I can't enjoy the experience co-op with my nephews, right? So yeah, so I like to play on a large screen. Right?
You gotta be like
This
Michael
guy
Jordan.
is a PlayStation fanboy.
You gotta be like Jordan. Fuck them kids.
But I'm training my nephews. I'm training my nephews to be good gamers
before they get poisoned by the Xbox.
generation,
Before they go on YouTube and watch We Bleed Green and see Extreme get
Before they
accosted.
get addicted to TikTok and then
yeah,
console
right.
is competing with them.
Yeah.
Too late.
They're like,
Oh.
my nephew reached for that Switch. I slapped his hand. Get the fuck out of here. Play,
Get
play
that
this
bullshit.
real video games here.
Get that bullshit out of here.
Yeah.
Hey,
And-
one last topic.
Actually,
let me do.
well, can
go
I
ahead.
just mention one thing? Actually, it's a different topic. Potter Rock, I know you've been burned by China Hero Project a little bit, but probably you guys seen that trailer for the new game.
Yeah,
for
RPG
China
is
Hero
great.
Project.
Yes.
Yeah.
We saw
Yeah,
it.
Lago.
Yeah, it looks like Prince of Persia cross Diablo.
Yeah, I was about
I'll be
to
honest.
say
I
that.
hate isometric top-down shit. I fucking hate it. I hate that style
you're a hater.
of gaming. I am a hater. I fucking hate it, man. That's why I didn't play Baldur's Gate or shit like that.
Oh, I see.
Oh, I
Fucking
see.
hate it. It's like
You
I don't
like
know.
Beyond
You know what
Oasis?
game-
I don't
you know
like
what
that. I don't
game
play
isn't
that
like
shit.
that, though?
There was one
what
game
game-
and I lost. You know what? I'm gonna bring it up and hopefully to chat. There was one game that's an RPG kind of like that, right? And it's isometric, but you can zoom in and play third person, beat the level, and then zoom back out. Does anybody know what game I'm talking about? Because that I could fuck with. I could fuck with that. Just let me
No
play in
idea.
third person. Let
Like,
me
rotate your
zoom
cameras, you
in.
mean?
Yeah, change cameras. Let me zoom in. Sure, like I don't want to play that top down shit. That's the shit I played in the PS1 days. Why you want to make? Why you
That's
want
a
me to keep
given
me stuck on
camera
PS1?
angle.
I don't want
Given
PS1,
God's camera
PS2.
angle,
I don't
the
want
third
that.
person view.
I'm a pure, listen, I am a pure PlayStation pony. I want my third person behind the back view. I don't want that isometric stuff. I can't do it. I can't do it. I can't do it. I can't do it. Like that, I can't play the game. I can't do it. That's
That
what
means
I-
you didn't
I'm
like
just-
you didn't like Zax on 3D?
Okay, like, but no, at the time, like, listen, at the time is great, but today, no. It's like asking me to watch a black and white movie. Like, what the fuck is this? Like, this is
You
new?
need to be cultured, my friend. You need to
Like,
be
no,
cultured.
I moved on. No, I can't do it.
Don't you want to play Ghost of Yota in Kurosawa mode? Come on.
Okay, no, I tried. I couldn't do it.
I couldn't do it either.
I lasted like
couldn't do
2
it either.
minutes. I'm like, fuck, no, give me the colors. give me all the colors. I
You're
need
like, what
all
am I,
the colors.
dog? Come on,
I'm
guys.
like,
you gotta
what
at least-
is this?
In City, this shit where I could still see the blood. Like, come on, man.
I tried to do that shit. I couldn't do it. So I don't know what game that was. Glassdoor Gamer.
Lowland? Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, it looks good, and I appreciate. I'm happy for you guys who are interested in that game. But
cool that
they need to
PlayStation's still
they need to
doing
add a third person view mode.
Yeah,
Like
just go ahead.
like
It's different.
Avatar. Avatar's first person. I wasn't interested, but now that they added a third person view mode,
True.
I don't know.
It's like
why
a totally
they did
different
that,
game.
dude. I really don't know why they did that. Like the beginning of the game, you start.
It
off
looks so much
creating your own
better.
No, you create your own avatar to go in first
But you can't
person.
see
Like,
it.
why the fuck did I spend an
and
hour
they don't let you
customizing
see
my
it.
I
avatar?
hate that.
Yeah.
Yes, I hate that.
Cyberpunk all over again.
I hate that. That
But
is the stupidest
when you're
thing.
on the fucking flying things, whatever the fuck they're called, it's in third person. Like, what the fuck?
But now it's
Why did-
fully third
why?
person.
Yeah, I can't wait to go back into that game.
Yeah. Glassdoor Gamer with $5 super chat. P-Rock. We drafted well and produced players unlike the Yankees. We also added vets.
What the
We are a
heck?
big market team. Oh man, this guy's talking shit like he's talking baseball. Man, listen, man.
Yeah,
This
he
gonna
is.
Listen, if you win the World Series, you ain't gonna see another one for like 40 years. Stop it. Shout out to he had to rub it in. Glassdoor Gamer. 2-0 in soccer is a blowout. That is insane.
Yeah.
Glinzer, thank you for the super chat. Says a rugby scrum looks like Xbox prepping for Phil. Oh my god. All right. Hey, so
You gotta
one
look up
last
the Liza P.
yeah, here's
cover.
I want to ask you guys. So now we're gonna talk about EA real quick, and this could be a cautionary tale for everybody. It says right here, EA staff are struggling with management, urging them to use AI for just about everything. Report claims. Source claims EA's use of AI tools is creating flawed code and could be leading to layoffs. Electronic Arts staff are finding it a challenge to carry out management's demands that they use AI for just about everything the company does, a new report claims. Business Insider broke to a number of current EA staff speaking under anonymity who say the company's leadership has spent the past year urging its roughly 15,000 employees to use AI for a wide range of tasks, from making code and concept art to advising managers how to speak to staff about sensitive subjects like pay or promotions. Why the fuck would you need AI for that? That don't even make sense. According to the report, some staff say the AI tools they encourage to use produce flawed code that has to be manually corrected. Others on creative teams worry that because they're expected to train AI software by feeding it their own work, the demand for character artists and level designers will drastically fall. One former Respawn employee who worked in a senior QA role says he believes one of the reasons he was among 100 colleagues laid off this past spring is because AI was reviewing and summarizing feedback from playtesters, a job he usually did. Business Insider also received internal documents that show that some EA employees are expected to complete AI training courses, use AI tools daily to speed up their work rate, and treat generative AI like a thought partner, asking for advice on things like how to phrase questions when a promotion is denied. What the fuck is happening here?
What the fuck?
As the article notes, EA stated in May, as part of its annual 10K Securities and Exchange Commission filing, that while it was making more use of AI tools, it had to acknowledge the dangers of these tools being used incorrectly. We are integrating artificial intelligence tools and technologies into our business and development processes, EA's filing read. The use of artificial intelligence might present social and ethical issues that, if not managed appropriately, may result in legal and reputational harm, cause consumers to lose confidence in our business and brands, and negatively impact our financial and operating results. According to this year's Game Developers Conference survey, a majority, 52% of developers, reported working at companies that utilize generative AI tools. A July analysis by Totally Human found that the number of Steam games disclosing the use of generative AI has been increasing, with around 20% of all games released in 2025 to the point disclosing the use of AI on Steam. Given that disclosure is voluntary, it also is likely the number is higher. Steam currently doesn't make it possible to filter its games so that only those without AI generated content can be viewed, but SteamDB now has added this filter. Wow. So what? Let's go quick around the horn. We'll start with Chill Will. What do you think about AI in gaming? What's your feelings about it? Don't like it at all? Maybe if used properly? What are your views
I'm more
on
of the
this?
camp. I'm more of the camp if it's used properly. Like, I like the AI upscaling that the PS5 Pro has. I'm hoping that could kind of not speed up the process for developing games for the PS5, but just give it a better handle on it, especially like with the AI update coming along next year. I don't mind if they're using AI to generate fucking tree number 192, but when you start using AI to like write scripts and fucking do everybody's like motion capture and shit, it's gonna kind of look stupid. Like I still feel like Starfield was completely made with AI, and that's why I felt like that game just didn't really have much of a fucking soul, dude. Like every single character felt like they had the same bone structure under whatever they plastered over it, and like the writing just seemed like it sucked. Well, it did. The guys came out and said that they didn't give a fuck about the writing, but I think it's fine for some instances. You know what I mean? But when it's the entire game development, you're kind of taking the heart and soul out of the art. You know, like the Dead Space remake was so fucking great. The way they enhanced it, I kept up with that throughout the entire development of it, and they showed like the shades of textures and like scratches and like paint that they would put on. They're like, yeah, this is the first step of what we did for this room. We did this, and for this room, like we wanted every room in this game to feel like it was telling a story. Like if you went in here and saw a bed was just fucking destroyed and covered in blood, it looked like a patient was just fucking mauled. You know, I feel like AI would completely miss the point on something like that. I think it's cool if you want to add 200 trees in the background, you need 50 of them to be done by AI and not drawn out. But like, it can't cannibalize the entire art of the game, because this is an art at the end of the day.
Okay, all right. Hey, Sean King, what do you think on the future of gaming and stuff like that? How you feel on the AI push?
Yeah, well, I feel like how chill will if it, as far as it in general, I'm definitely interested, because I feel like it takes a lot of jobs from people who actually put their heart in in the games and everything. So I feel like AI is like a bad thing for me.
All right, okay. Entity.
As an AI myself, the best thing I would say is use me as much as possible. You know, if you have questions regarding what should Microsoft do, I
I'm gonna
should be able
advocate
to
for
provide.
myself. I'm not the bad guy. You can trust me with the codes. You can
Give me the
absolutely
codes.
trust me.
Give me the
Yep.
codes.
I mean,
You said.
just give me the
Yep.
codes.
I-
I mean, you
I'll
can either
clean
trust the
your
Orange
dishes.
Man or you could trust me. Pick.
Yep. Yep.
Oh, he's in a
I'll
Halo
clean
suit.
your dishes, you know, do your laundry, play your games, apparently. You know,
No,
all
none
you
of
have
the
to
games
do
are
is
safe.
just. Yeah. But in all seriousness, I do try
Entity.
using AI within.
Entity is like, listen, I am sick and tired of you humans asking me what is this brown spot on your ball sack. All right, put me to use for real shit.
Bruh,
Yeah.
Give him the codes, people. Give him the codes. Nothing bad
that
will
is
happen.
crazy, bro.
I did feed a lot of documents that I usually do and review through Copilot, and 80% of it is pretty much crap, right? 20% is something that is useful-ish, but the main aspect of it is that it would have taken me, let's say, 2 hours to review and find those 20%. Now with AI, it will take me maybe 2 minutes to do that. I think that is the best and the most smartest way to use AI, is that it is not going to replace humans. It is just going to allow, hopefully, people to feed information through, and then at the end of it, it will spit out something that is 80% flawed and 20% successful. The key is grabbing that 20% and then running with it. Again, I'm not sure if you guys seen those robots that doing laundry and doing, dishes. That is going to be a massive problem in terms of people trying to find work, specifically entry-level work, and also, cleaning jobs or gardening jobs. That is going to be a massive impact. But in terms of EA's sense, they need to understand that these corporate managers are dealing with creatives, and they're not going to sit tight and take it. They are going to push back hard, because without them, they don't have a business. And the creators do know that without them, they don't have a business. Actually, the managers, to be honest, don't like even dealing with those creators. Hence the reason Bobby Kotick sold ABK to Microsoft. He had an interesting interview with I forgot who it was. he said that I cannot compete with China when Chinese people are willing to work 24/7, and my guys are, demanding nice canteens, equal pay, and etc. 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 It's one of the reasons he ended up selling ABK to Microsoft. So there we go. The management is going to push. The creators going to push back. But in all sense, it is going to be a massive impact. And I'm advocating for myself. Next time when you're, asking, what is this black spot or brown spot on my ball sack? Please say thank you.
The hell?
Okay. Henry.
Thank you before
I know
or after
Henry.
we get
I
the
know
answer.
Henry. This you have a little bit of personal stake into this, right?
Yeah,
Because
I'm
isn't
very
like
curious.
illustration, isn't illustration kind of like in danger? They're trying to replace illustrators and designers with ChatGPT.
I actually personally use Google Gemini quite often to help me tweak my, like, say, if I'm writing something and then I go, hey, spice this headline or this paragraph up for me, but without expanding it, using more words than this, and then it will tell me. And I've also experimented with Google Flow, which is their video generator, and it sucks. Like I think no, I think what AI doesn't, AI is doing, it knows much less than it's being projected. What we see, we're seeing like the best case scenarios whenever we see good displays of AI. Like I'll just give you an example.
It's like the McDonald's in the commercial. That's what we're
type in
seeing.
this prompt, right? I go Asian American dad, helping son getting ready for a big day. So I prompted the dad to fix the color of the son and then put on the tie. And because AI has to have an example to sample what he sees and whatever online, if it doesn't have those sample, it'll crap it out, right? So what it does, it fixes the color of the kid, and then it unclip his own tie to put on the kid who already has a tie. So the old tie disappears and he puts on the tie, and then he says, "Have a great day," but it's just the dad was opening his mouth, but the "have a great day" is the sound of a 6-year-old for some reason.
Oh.
Right. It'll
wow.
do
That's
random shit. Like
likely.
it'll give you an 8-second video, but you could use maybe 2 seconds of it, right? Because things will start showing its flaw.
Yeah.
So for AI to, whatever AI video that we see is amazing, it's from so much work and probably a lot of editing, right? So I swear to God, I'll write a prompt that's saying an Asian American mom is walking his son to the school and see him off, right? And you see the son walking away, and the son is changing for some reason. If he's growing older as he moves away, and the mom will be waving, but it will be waving off screen, not toward the kid, and the kid will somehow like saying goodbye and then hold a fist up in the air. I'm like, why? Like, what are you doing?
You know what I'm saying? Power to the people, bro. Like, what? What are you doing?
So I would on one hand, I would love to have AI help enhance creativity, right? So I drew something, and then AI will help me increase the resolution or help me fill up some of the flaws that I have, like DLSS or PSSR, right? Like the stuff that you do, right? Help me interpret my stuff, but don't fucking steal my shit. But the thing is, people feed a photo into AI, and then the AI doesn't know what it is. AI will just go, "Oh, this is a face, so I'll cover it with an anime version of the face, and then that's the hand. I'll cover it with the hand. I'll give it 6 fingers instead of 5 because I don't know the difference, right?" So, and then but it will never give you a different angle. It will not be able to interpret these set of characters in a different way as a human can, right? So that's the example I can give you. But the thing is, sometimes the people up there, the execs, they don't know the difference. They just want to see results, right? But they can't tell the difference between a D- work versus a A+ work, which involves a lot more than just splitting out something that's image. But hey, it's like when Shigeru Miyamoto criticized the American audience, saying, you guys all like Donkey Kong Country because all you care about is graphics, but that game play like nothing. It's just you're just grabbing bananas and riding barrels all, but just because it has, each motion captured from like a silicon exported from the silicon 3D machine, right? So, like what they did is they grab a 3D model and they exported each of the movement and they made it into a palette, right? So you can animate that thing like a flat 2D game, but Shigeru Miyamoto doesn't care about Donkey Kong Country. That's not his. He doesn't recognize that game as one of his franchises. That's why Donkey Kong Country is forever Donkey Kong Country. It's never just Donkey Kong. But it's kind of like that, right? People just care about the flashes, but they don't necessarily. Yeah, I don't want to go into it, but Michael Bay kind of wins this way, right? Because he does the explosions, he does all these things, right? But the movies are bad.
That is Paul's favorite director, Michael Bay.
Yeah, so
no culture.
But he gives you a lot of pants, right? He'll fly that chopper around Optimus Prime forever, right? So, but you can't tell what's going on because, like, hey, stop! Hey, what's wrong with that robot over there? Right? You can't tell because he gets it to you, but he gives you enough flashes and glam that people kind of get blinded by it. Right? So I think AI does that. Yeah, so
I'm ignoring him.
I mean, Bad Boys 2 was the shit.
Right now I'm on Twitter arguing with a guy who's trying to claim Halo 1 is a horror game.
What the hell? What's wrong with him? But The Rock was great. By the way, when Michael Bay did The Rock.
Yo, there's some dudes on crack. Like, yo, listen, people. Crack is a 90s thing. Let that shit, like, come on, people. What is it with all these heroin addicts that are popping up? Like, and the reason why, so the argument is they're complaining that the new Halo has sprint. They're like, oh, you're going to have the tension of going down the hall and the scare. I'm like, bro, Halo's not a horror game. It's not a horror game. It's not. It's a military sci-fi shooter. Like, what the fuck is we talking about? So they think, the flood is not horror at all. Like, one little thing that's scary does not make the whole entire game a horror game. It is a sci-fi military shooter. It's always been that way.
Halo's had sprint longer than it hasn't. Like, can we not, like, you guys are just trying to find something to be mad at. It's had sprint longer than it hasn't had sprint. Shut the fuck up.
So let me finish up my point real quick. Right. So
sorry about that.
Sorry. No, not at all. I think that's a nice diversion. So basically, I think AI is great because in the sense of it'll assist. Right. It'll assist me to be. So I don't need an apprentice help me cleaning up certain artwork anymore, and I don't have one, but I can't afford one anyway. But however, like if we eliminate the position of having that the production artist or the apprentice or someone that comes in to handle the grunt work, then we end up losing that position to gain the knowledge and experience to advance into the creator's position. So that's the double-edged sword or the hindsight, right? So you in the short run you save that process and the grunt work, but in the long run when this creator gets too old and has to retire and will move on or whatnot, there's nobody to come up and fill up that creator position because we don't have that. We'd never trained the person to be there. So it needs to be worked into it, like I think. But I mean, if people only look at numbers and money, right, and they don't look at creativity, then there's no production value whatsoever. Because AI is ultimately a robot and they don't have emotions, and art and creativity is an emotion. It's not so much intelligence.
Right.
Well said.
Okay. Extreme?
Yeah, so my feelings about AI, I think I'm probably the most reluctant towards it. I think that, first of all, we have so many things that we call AI that it's sort of a poor mentor for too many different things in order to talk about it, in a smart way. So first of all, we're going to take Chill Will's version of AI, which is basically what we used to call just procedural generation, right? That was basically what we were talking about, right? So basically, you gave like Horizon Zero Dawn and Forbidden West are made this way. You give a few parameters for environments and everything, and then it pretty much gives you a basic topography to work with. So it just creates a whole heap of geometry that you can then go in and customize later. I think that makes a lot of sense, right? Especially because if you already have this access in this engine and you can tell it a few instructions to go, but that is not the generalized language model-based AI that we talk about when we talk about ChatGPT and what these companies are using. So I think what procedural generation was and what it represents in terms of being called AI, that's perfectly fine. Because really that is a specialized tool that can only do that thing, and it draws from the work of the studio itself, right? That tool that Horizon or Gorilla created, it doesn't go and try to steal assets from Naughty Dog or Rockstars or anything like that, right? It is a tool that has a library of assets that was created by these artists, and all they are doing is the same way they were going to do, just faster. So again, there's no ethical thing wrong against that, right? Then we have things, that are, again, there's just so many different versions of things that we call AI. So for example, in Sony cameras, right, they have autofocus, right, which is basically, okay, well, you press the shutter, where do you want the lens to focus at? Well, now we're going to say that this thing that we used to been doing for like ever since autofocus came out, now we're going to say it's AI, right? It's autofocus AI because we fed it more data sets so that it can recognize more eyes in more situations. Again, to me, that is not AI, because at least that's not the AI that people talk about when they talk about ChatGPT. Because again, my camera is not stealing assets from Nikon and trying to train itself on those models, right? It doesn't replace the face that's in front of me and give a new generated version. I have taken a photo of Chill Will, and then suddenly he's wearing the Predator helmet, even though he wasn't, So those are the kind of things that, again, very different. Then we're talking about this whole organizational thing where they're actually trying to replace workers with AI. And I'm sorry, but I am completely against this because of what Henry just said. Yes, in the short term, I can save money. Yes, in the short term, it can be beneficial, especially to like a small studio or a small shop, right? But when it comes to big studios and big places, who is going to replace and do the work that you didn't hire for, right? So if you go to a newspaper agency and they're like, you know what? We've got some bullshit stories that we need to do for our sponsors. We've got like a marketing deal with like Monster Energy drink. We don't really need our top investigative journalists to go out there and, give us this bullshit piece just so we can keep the lights on. Let's send a junior journalist or junior assistant and they can write this up. Oh, actually, why send anybody? Let's just go and send some AI thing, do a write-up of basic thing, and then that's it. Well, yeah, in the short term, maybe it saved you from like sending your junior assistant somewhere, or maybe you can just fire your junior assistant. But then when your senior staff are going to, basically either move, because, people, once they get a certain amount of seniority, they can get a job elsewhere, get better business opportunities. The point is, once those people aren't there anymore or they're not available, who is going to come up behind them? Who is going to be the person that went from the junior bullshit article to the mid-level staff to suddenly, okay, they were there on the scene on the ground? How do you build up that seniority within your organization? A lot of these companies they're literally shooting themselves in the foot. And the reason is that these CEOs are not incentivized to actually do the thing that is in the company's best interest. If I was the person setting up the compensation package for these top executives, I'd be like, hey, you want $100 million? That's perfectly fine. But that's going to be at your 10-year review, because you can't just, what am I doing giving you, $50 million every single year when all you have the incentive to do is just make the short-term numbers go up? I want to see projection. Look at Steve Jobs. His resume is that, when he got back into Apple, over the next like 10 or 15 years, he just made the company better and better and better at delivering on his targets. He was there thinking about long-term solutions, and quite famously, he already had plans beyond his own, mortal lifespan, where he had already imagined like, hey, what is Apple going to do for the next 5 years, the next 10 years, the next 15 years? What should we aim to do, right? And not that he's going to be right on all of these things, but he had the intrinsic incentive to think in a long-term way about where he wanted the company to go. Well, nowadays, the compensation packages for all of these companies, they're not incentivizing long-term strategies. They are incentivizing short-term thinking And that's why we see a lot of these decisions. And then the result is that in all of these things that have been, surveys and everything that have been given out, these companies spend more money on acquiring AI things, right? And then they see a lesser return on investment. The AI costs them way too much compared to what it gives back. And then, like Henry was saying again, the AI hallucinates. It has to, be corrected and be minded. So it's like you replace a human's job because you say you don't want, you don't want to pay for that, and then you give it to AI. But then the AI does such a poor job of it. Even Entity was saying it before, right? 80% of it is garbage, 20% of it might be useful. It does such a poor job of it that you now need another human that was already doing another job to now mind what the AI is doing. So it's like, if you're going to do that, why don't you just keep the human in the first place? Again, something that you can actually train up in a real way. So overall, I just think that this is a very short-term thinking. And I think that these companies are going to see that 10 or 15 years later, this AI bubble will burst and they're going to find the whole world in trouble because they make some stupid decisions, So those are my thoughts.
Okay. I think we all get the gist, and I agree that AI should be looked at as a tool, not a replacement. How can you enhance the worker to do their job better? In the same vein as computers help secretaries as compared to typewriters. It was just but the computer didn't replace the secretary or the administrative assistant. They still had a job. They just have better tools, right? Me personally, one of the things I would like, besides what Will mentioned, talking about, AI upscaling, the actual technical stuff, that's great, being able to enhance visual imaging and stuff. Another thing why I would like AI is to help quality control, use AI to identify bad coding in your work and let AI be like, with the amount of times of, with the speed of going through the code, AI could be like, hey, this game you program, validate that these codes are actually what you're trying to program out of the thousands and thousands and thousands of lines of code. They could look through codes like within 30 minutes and be like, hey, are you sure these are the forms you're using? And, and the program could be like, yeah, you're right. This is going to cause a problem. This is going to cause a glitch. Now, I didn't catch this. Yeah, you're right. This relationship between this object is gonna falter. QA testers and stuff like that. Another thing is repetitive code, right? Instead of the designer or the developer repeating the same code, just put in a prompt and let the AI just put the trees in different places and stuff like that, right? And maybe, help out with, basic animation movements and stuff like that to give the city more lifelike. So that way it's not the same repeating character doing the same type of walk or the same type of handshake just 1,000 times, give maybe a little bit of unique movement and stuff like that, things like that. But you're enhancing the designer, you're enhancing the creator's vision, not trying to replace it. Because it's true, the thing about AI is AI doesn't create, it copies. It just copies what somebody else does. The only thing is, if it gets access to it, it could remember 10,000 people's projects, but it's still 10,000 people's ideas. It's not going to be able to create the next best idea from scratch. You need a human for that and stuff like that, right? So I always saw AI as a tool, to identify work, identify faults, or enhance the creator's vision, but certain things like in the article I read, use AI to know how to talk to executives or hire people. That's a human thing. That's a human thing. Because if you're asking AI to do that, all AI is going to do is use someone else's method of how they talk. And they're going to tell you talk this way, but they're asking you to talk the way somebody else talks, right? And that may not match. Are we really at the point where simple conversation face to face now is lost upon us? Because that's a very human thing. So if I didn't get the promotion, you need to ask AI the questions of why. No, I'm asking you, bitch. Why I didn't get the promotion? This is between me and you. Did AI said no? You said no. I ain't trying to hear this shit. What the hell's wrong with you? Things like that. That's a human conversation and stuff. So that's just weird. do, oh, you gotta use AI for everything. I'm like, everything, yeah. In fact, you shouldn't even be talking to me right now. You should be asking AI to talk to me. What the fuck? Like, what? Like, this is just ridiculous, right?
When Microsoft laid off 9,000 employees, they're like, if you
Yeah.
guys need help trying to find another job, use ChatGPT. What?
It's just insane,
they did
right?
say that.
And there's areas of AI that will absolutely replace people, like driving, like what is it? Waymo? That's the name of the company. They already have cabs, AI cabs.
Yeah,
it's insane, all over the city. So and now they're testing like long haul trucking. So they're already testing long haul trucking cross country with AI trucking, right? So they're already testing that. Like AI long haul trucking, right?
Yeah.
That's absolutely
Yeah, I
insane.
saw that.
That's absolutely insane. That's like holy cow. That's an area where you lose jobs, right? And people can say, "Oh no, Bill, create jobs because somebody has to repair the system." But I'm like, but think about it. Let's say, all you need is one AI repair technician for every 75 vehicles.
100 trucks.
So 100 trucks to make the math. So you lose 100 drivers and you replace it with one repairman, technician. That's not a good ratio. The ratio's not there.
And then when people don't have the jobs to be able to buy things, who is going to pay for these services that these companies are offering? That company that is delivering things across interstate is delivering to consumers at the end of the day. When there are no consumers that have any money to be able to spend on it, who is going to do that work? That's another thing that these people do not think about. You are investing in all of these things, but it's like, okay, who is actually going to be the end user if there's no more money going around? Just like this, we are in a closed ecosystem, right? And what I always said is that the biggest fault of capitalism is the fact that we were told that you could have an infinite doctrine in a finite world, right? Just make quarter after quarter after quarter after quarter profit, but the world itself is finite. You can't just make infinite money and have infinite growth in a finite system. So again, once people lose their jobs to AI and they have no disposable income, who is going to buy all of these services and everything that these companies are supposed to offer us? I don't know.
That's a good,
and I don't think they know. I don't think
they're not
they've
looking
thought it to themselves.
Yeah,
like,
they're
who's
only
doing
looking
this?
at their own. They're looking at their own profit margins, but they don't realize holistically.
Exactly.
Every company is doing the same thing they're doing, is reduce workforce to use AI because it's free labor. But if so many people don't have jobs, who are your consumers with money?
Yep.
You created poverty. You're creating
Yep.
a bigger population of poverty, and when you have people who are in true poverty, this is why I always found the Xbox thing weird with little Timmy. Goddamn, poverty people don't care about brand new consoles. That's not part of the hierarchy of needs. Video gaming is not in the hierarchy of needs when you're in low income and stuff like that, right? So all these services and great things and stuff like that. Oh yeah, we could transfer and transport like even more amounts of food in supermarkets, but you're not gonna have a lot of people in the supermarket to buy the food to begin with because they don't have the money to do that. So what's gonna happen is the supermarket be like, hey, we don't have as much customers as we used to, so we're not gonna order as much food. So we have actually less trucks driving because the volume of food is not that necessary. So it's just a repeated cycle that's just gonna get worse. And it's like, it's just insane. This boom. It's just insane. This drive to create businesses with less people and free labor. It's only, I'll be honest, and it's probably a world thing, but goddamn, we are so stuck with the slave mindset. Like they just want free labor at all costs, no matter what. And it's like, golly, bro. If every company has that mindset, then how? Like M said, where are people gonna have money to buy the stuff? That means you don't have consumers with money because they don't have jobs, so they're not buying your stuff anyway. It's absolutely insane.
Yeah, and this AI drivers.
Microsoft,
Go ahead, Joel.
It's kind of like Microsoft investing $80 billion in AI.
It's absolutely.
It sounds like they
It does
want
benefit
free
them
labor.
though. It does benefit though because whenever you prompt something and they don't know it, then they go on the internet and start collecting information. So,
You know, and you know what I'm
so
saying? Like I
it's-
said,
you're helping training them as
yeah,
you use
it's a
them.
great tool, right? Especially if you have AI tools
For them Xbox
that-
developers, huh?
that are, yeah, I don't know about that. You know, like even something like if you have a well-trained AI, specifically, let's say in the medical field, that can help doctors come up with solutions faster. You know, instead of trying to
See all
grab
the
a
options in
library,
front of you.
yeah, instead of like a big library of books
Yeah.
that you're like, man, okay, no, let me read this. You go to AI, hey, these are the systems. This is what I'm thinking. Whatever. The AI could come back. Well, based on your systems, these are some of your options. And you know, and the medical doctor could be like, all right, I don't like this one because this is not it. I don't like this one. Hey, let's start talking about these 4 options, and do testing on this. You know, it helps the doctor get to the solution faster because we all know they call it a practice, right? You know, the medical industry, doctors,
not a game.
because they're always practicing. They never actually do their job. It's always a practice. You know, they that's why they call it a practice. Oh, I run a practice. Yeah, because you're forever practicing. You never actually get it right. But I could see
Man,
stuff
they need to
like
have a
that.
conversation with Allen Iverson.
Yeah, oh shit. Practice? You know, but I could see those things are useful. AI should just be a tool to help enhance capability of people, not
Absolutely.
replace them, right? But that's not what businesses are, you know? Like usually like most business on average, what, 33% of the income, whatever, has to go to people right off the bat.
Yeah, and for those shipping, you know, self-driving shipping trucks, right? I think it's important to have a driver there because if something happens, then who the heck do you talk to, right? So, yeah, you don't know what would happen when AI runs into adverse conditions.
Who's gonna fill up
below
the
zero? Right. Yeah.
Who's gonna fill up the fuel in the truck?
Yeah.
Huh?
Or at least an AI engineer on hand or some shit, just in
I
case
don't
wants
know.
one of
we
your
get to know
mug.
an accident.
Now, the AI could be great for the truck driver for the long haul. You have the truck driver
Keep him awake,
right?
you know, alert.
You know, keep
right?
him awake. Be
Yeah.
like the AI is like, "Hey, buddy, fuck is you doing here?" You know, whatever. Or even if the AI driver is safe, the driver could be like, "Hey, I'm gonna go into my rest mode, take over for the next couple of hours, so that way it doesn't stop.
Yeah.
You just continue to get your destination. You know, instead of 6-7 hour delay. All right, I could deal with that, but keep the driver because it's true. Something goes wrong, you need the driver there to actually be held and make those decisions in the final call and stuff like that. You know.
Yeah.
But you know, listen.
I'm not
listen,
ready
we seen
for
this in-
iRobot.
Yeah, we seen this in the 80s, all right?
iRobot.
Knight
No, we don't want
listen,
that.
we all seen Knight Rider. Kit had a driver. Michael Knight, all right? They didn't have just the car for the whole show. You had a human. They got it right in the 80s. Why can't we get it right now? Okay, they had it the right way. You had an AI car, but there was a driver. Michael Knight. They had it right in the 80s. Okay? They had it right in the 80s. There you go. Even RoboCop. There's AI, but it was a human. All right, come on now. The 80s got it right. Just listen to the 80s, and we'll be fine. All right, we're going to round out the show with this one. We got Blue Jay. He says, need you to come to AGS with Hard-A Hermano. No doubt, man. You know what I'm saying? I think it's been a while since I've been at AGS. A long time ago. But no doubt, Blue Jay, man. Appreciate it. Thank you so much for the invite. We're going to round out the show real quick. Hit the like button and subscribe. But we'll start out with Chill Will. The Dodgers lost.
You guys. Yeah, fuck off. Hey man, I appreciate you guys for having me. I love talking video games, dude. I just found my love for gaming back about a couple years back, and I love talking about it. But yeah, man, hit that like button. Follow everybody like Henry, Extreme, and wish my boy a happy birthday. Follow P Rock on Twitter. He's fucking hilarious, man. But yeah, you guys can follow me on YouTube at It's Chill Will, AYE It's Chill Will. If you guys want to see me get some jump scares,
Hell yeah.
or get scared during some horror games. I actually was playing a horror game earlier in the stream, and I got like.
Hey, can I make a horror recommendation? I just learned. I just got to learn about a new horror game. Huh?
Starfield.
No, Halo. apparently it's a horror game. So just try that. Just stream that. Motherfuckers were scared, I guess. Oh, when I played it, I was terrified. I'm like, no, your dad raised a pussy. There's confusion. Your dad raised a pussy. Listen, if you were scared, if you were genuinely scared playing Halo, let's just say your siblings probably consider you their sister. Anyway, Extreme.
Holy. Why do I have to go after that?
I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry.
It's just outro, man.
God,
It's just
the
outro.
tension of Halo. You were 7, bro. Stop it. Fuck,
Well,
man.
no. Henry, he
God.
tapped me on the shoulder like, yeah, no, you talk to them extreme. I don't want to follow up. Yo, listen, what I will say, since we're talking about Halo, is it was always garbage. It was never that good, and you guys are going to discover that it actually wasn't that appealing to anybody, really. You guys were just 14 years old. You didn't know what was good back then. And let's face it, it had some things about it that were good. Those things don't exist anymore. So it's going to be a garbage product. Anyways.
It's because you weren't looking at it wrong. Look at it as a horror game. It's a you problem. You got it wrong. See, you were expecting
Definitely not a good horror
a
game.
military shooter with shooter vibes. You had it all wrong, buddy. It's a horror game. So now you have to relook at it from that lens.
All right. Fair.
All right. Oh, man. Thanks, Cook-a-Long. Henry, thank you so much for showing up.
All right, everybody. Thanks for being here. Make sure you hit the like button. P-Rock, follow P-Rock. Because the more popular he gets, the more he's gonna hire me to do artwork for his merchandise.
I guess,
So,
yes.
yeah.
Next year. T-shirts, merch, hats, cups, condoms,
But
everything.
Stay passionate. Keep your humanity. Use everything, technology, whatever, as your tool. Do not let them take over your life. That's all I'm gonna say. Instagram _art by Henry _.
Yeah. Stop sending Entity, what's wrong with your nutsack? He's tired of hearing that shit. Okay. All right. Entity's gone. He doesn't want to answer those stupid questions.
Yeah.
He can do more than that.
Don't send AI your dick pics.
Yeah. It's like, is 5 inches enough? GPT's like, bruh. It's like logging off now. ChatGPT is like logging off now. Sean K, happy birthday, King.
Oh, thank you, P-Rock, and thank you for having me on. Also, make sure y'all drop a like and also support this channel, man. He's been phenomenal. I love this podcast. I love this panel. So if y'all want to check me out, it's Sean K the King on YouTube. I do Let's Plays, trophy guides, and I do a game review games that do come out. So I'm usually the go-to guy when it comes to PlayStation games and the PlayStation. I'll be there. So thank you, everybody.
All right. Okay, appreciate it. And of course, I'm your only friend in these YouTube streets, Border Rock 77. And Smooth dropped his new song with Dark feature. Is it on his channel? Yo, Sam, is on his channel? Oh, hold on. Before we leave, hold on.
Okay.
Hold on.
New song?
Uh-oh. He dropped that new. He dropped that new fire. He dropped that new hotness
with a dark feature.
Hold up, where's Kid Smooth?
That's about to be heat.
Kid Smooth. Oh, hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Come on, Smooth. Come on, brother. Let's see video.
We bless the streets.
Let's see. What's this? Only 4 games. This. 17 minutes.
Oh.
All right. World premiere. Oh shit. What's up, Smooth? Shout out to Smooth. Go to his channel. Make sure you watch this video on his channel too, man. What's this?
Yeah. Phil Spencer lied when he said it would only be only 4 games. One more time. Phil Spencer lied when he said it would only be only 4 games. Why'd you lie to me when you said it would only be only 4 games?
Oh, poor Smooth.
That's right. Game Pass ain't enough for this. They took all our games, except these games. Took all our games, except these lames. One more time, took all our games. Except these lames. Took all our games. Except these lames.
He's gonna say something about his cables hanging out like that, man.
Bill said, trust us, we did, now we losing. Starfield on a DualSense, shit be so confusing.
Alright, I'm gonna stop right there. The only reason why I'm not showing the whole video, because if you want to see the whole video, go to the content creators. I don't like to steal their whole thing. Always been a thing. Unless I'm doing like a commentary where I'm addressing every topic, but that's just a little taste. I'm gonna go watch the rest on his channel. Even though we are watching on his channel, but I implore you, watch it on his channel. Support Smooth, at least with this video. But you know, they got our games, except these games. Yo, Smooth's the GOAT. Smooth is the GOAT. You can't fuck with that dude.
Yeah.
Oh man, again, Chill Will's like, yo, what is it with these Xbox guy always singing? Like, what is it?
Singing, bro.
So does he still have his PS5 or did he sold it again?
I don't
If
know. He
back
keeps
then.
rebuying and selling it. I don't know. But anyway, you know, PlayStation got these games, except these lames. Anyway, love you guys. Thank you so much for rocking out to the channel. Hit the like button. And if you're new to the channel, subscribe and check out the gentleman's channels and content and all that stuff. You'll love it. You guys take care. Thank you so much. Hopefully I'll see you guys Friday. All right. You guys take care. Peace.